March 15, 2:11 a.m. Theatrum Neutralis lobby. We have Edgeworth and Kay and Agent Lang and Von Karma and Gumshoes all standing together in the middle of the lobby, and they're looking for something to do. They're in thinking mode. Like everybody got their thinking hats mode. Von Karma is pondering. Edgeworth is like muttering to himself. And Gumshoe,
I can't believe it, sir! Extraterritoriality!
yes, and there is nothing we can do really about that. In the end, we didn't have enough authority to bring him to justice. I can't believe that even though we know he's the boss, we can't lay a finger on him! I know. Lang, ...
Hey, Mr. Prosecutor! Sorry to skip out on you, but I've got some business to take care of.
And he leaves on Babal's side. If we can't even give an evil guy like him a slap on the wrist, then what the heck are our laws what the heck were laws created for? What good are they? If the law can't help us, then I'll go as the Yatagarasu and take care of this myself. Don't you dare!
Mr. Edgeworth!
Sorry, that was a bit too harsh.
I know how you feel, sir. We're trying to take on an ambassador after all. And you did tell us earlier to get out of the theater. This is kind of their country, I guess. But I feel like I've been slapped across the face for just doing my job, you know?
What am I going to do? Should I retreat for now and formulate a better plan of attack? Hold it! Come on everyone, we can't give up yet! Okay. I want you to think about something for a sec. We've never let up for even a second as long as we don't stop investigating. We might find the rotten treasure hidden here.
She's right!
Come on, Mr. Edgeworth! You're right, Kay. Very well. Let us reopen the investigation and see what we find. Come on, Kay. Right behind ya!
Okay, then I'll go check out Babal a bit more, sir!
Francisca. And I have something that need to investigate further in Alabast. And she walks toward Alabast. Now then, before I gather any more information, I should do a bit of housekeeping. Oh, okay, now he's gonna get rid of all the evidence that we don't need anymore. Passion flowers data erased from my organizer. Yeah, we don't need that anymore. That's it? Okay. Begin investigation. Oh, we're gonna investigate the Theatrum Neutralis itself. Hey, hello gents. How you doing? Thank you for coming. You're just right in time. I did a little bit of an intro, and right now we were discussing the plan, and right now we're investigating the Theatrum Neutralis in the lobby. Ambassador Alba seems agitated over something. Agitated Alba. I sense there is something he doesn't want us to investigate. In the logic box. I wonder why. There are two special circumstances that surround the ambassador. First, the embassy itself has extraterritorial rights. If something happens on Alabastian soil, we are unable to legally prosecute him. Cool! It sounds like embassies are the perfect place to steal whatever you want. Sure. And Murder the Mask II run the smuggling operation and make counterfeit bills, apparently. But I thought all the counterfeiting was done by Mr. Cochin and Babal. Yes. He apparently used the embassy's coupon printing press to do it. Cochin's counterfeit operation. Use Bobbly's Embassy's printing press and Bobbly's ink to make counterfeit bills. In the logic box. But it's the same story over there anyway. Babal also has extraterritorial rights. Which brings me to my next point. The ambassador's extraterritorial rights. Those rights are effective even in our own country.
Really?
No matter what happens, he can never be tried in our courts. He retains some very special rights indeed. Basically, no matter what wrongs he may commit, we can't bring him to trial here.
So I guess we really don't stand a chance, do we?
We might stand a chance if we can somehow nullify either one of his special rights.
Oh, okay. That would be interesting. Like,
If we can prove that he killed Manikoshan and Babao, would it be enough to get his immunity revoked? I don't know if we can manage to do that, but we'll try. Also, I discovered while... Check this out. I was looking at someone streaming also, who was streaming the game. Helping him out, watching how he's been doing along, and when I saw him play the investigation part, he told me that if you hold the B button, you can run! Only now did I figure out that this little trick, I can actually run. Usually I was only walking. Yeah, it's pretty long, huh? This airplane is really long, this embassy is pretty long, but no! You can run! Yes! Wow, look at me! Nobody can stop me! Not even the Alabastian guard! Not even the Bobbly's guard! I'm 8 years old again! Whap! Hit on the door. So I'm gonna talk to this guard. Oh no, I pushed the wrong thing. I talked to Kay. Yes? The investigation or agitated Alba. We've come too far to give up. We must expose Ambassador Alba's misdeed, Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, of course. And we're gonna find a way to steal the truth and get it out of here for my father's sake. Yes, and we will. The reason for Ambassador Alba's nervousness must still be here somewhere. Furthermore, I need to pin down exactly what happened in here. I'll start by thoroughly examining this room for any information I can find. Agitated Alba. This is new. Mr. Edgeworth, if you don't pay attention, Ambassador Alba is gonna get away. Yes, I know. Now hurry up and do that swing thing you always do. I have no idea what you're talking about. Is it the pointing finger, the swing thing? You know what sound effects I'm talking about, right? What? You don't? Oh, come on. You know what I'm talking about. That thing you do. Are you talking about logic? Yeah, that's it. So hurry up and let's swing already. Oh, he's doing the... Alright. To be honest, it's been a bit hard to connect everything up until now by just looking. However, I should be able to piece this thing together if I take another look at my leads. Perhaps now is the time to use logic and reason my way to the truth. Okay? So, this is the swing thing? Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, swing! Agitated Alba, renovation, Cochin's counterfeit operation. I can do something already? Okay. Okay, I'm gonna connect the agitated Alba with the counterfeit operation. See if it works. Nope. The pieces don't fit together. I'm gonna say agitated Alba and renovation. The Babaly's embassy is undergoing renovation from top to bottom. No, wait. the counterfeit operation with the renovation. They're both in Babal. Yeah, I got it right. We know that the counterfeit bills were printed using the embassy's press. But the necessary materials, such as the Babali's ink and paper, must have been hidden in a secure location. But what do you think would have happened if the renovation had begun? Well, he probably had to find a better hiding place or get rid of it all. Right. So we can assume that the renovation was the cause of the plate and bills disposal. And the reason Mr. Cochin was killed as the ringleader of the smuggling operation. Based on what we know, who do you think was the one with the most to gain? Coleus Polino, Manny Cochin, or Quercus Alba? That will be Alba. It's the one person who has been erasing all evidence of the smuggling operation. From both embassies, the co-conspirator who is mopping up Ambassador Alba. Ambassador Alba has a very strong motive to kill Manny Cochin. Motive to kill Cochin. Alba could conveniently place all of the guilt of the smuggling onto Cochin. In the logic box. So the reason why he's agitated is because we can pin him for the murder of Cochin. Yeah. The cause of Ambassador Alba's agitation, the rotten treasure we may find, and the motive for killing Mr. Cochin. Miss Yu said it herself, that she didn't kill anyone tonight. If we were to take her words at face value, then the reason for the ambassador's nervousness can only be one thing. He didn't want us to discover the real circumstances under which Mr. Cochin was killed. Then you mean Ambassador Alba is the real killer? But I thought the two of them were friends. Maybe they were. But what if Mr. Cochin was the one who first betrayed their friendship? Oh, I get it. Wasn't Mr. Cochin pushing really hard for Mr. Paulino to be ambassador after the reunification? Yes, and that was the real reason why he wanted to steal Alabas Primidoc statue. So Mr. Cochin hired Damas II to go steal it for him. But when Ambassador Alba found out what he was up to, he killed Mr. Cochin? It is definitely a possibility at this point. Those two really were thinking No. Those two were really thinking no. I'm gonna take a sip. Take a sip. Take a sip. Those two really were thinking of no one but themselves. Nailed it. But the question now is, how did he do it? Ambassador Alba was in Alabast, but Mr. Cochin's body was discovered in Babal, right? Right. And that is what we must solve next. Alright. We have a lead. Okay. We're gonna examine this artwork over here. It's a backdrop they use in the Steel Samurai stage show today. Oh, I love the climax of that show. Steel Samurai! Sushi Slice! Oh yeah! That was the first time I'd seen that special move. But, well, the Jamming Ninja stage show climax was much better, of course. Oh, is that a fact? That scene where he sang for Princess Bisola and gave her those hair sticks? I could totally feel the love there in my heart. Perhaps the Jamming Ninja is just more popular with female audience. Examine this one. Flowers were sent by a variety of people and businesses to celebrate the Goodwill event. Even the Steel Samurai received some flowers from the ambassadors. There are so many bouquets here, it's like a wedding ceremony. I believe the flowers for those are for a slightly different reason. What do you mean? This event was supposed to be like a wedding between Alabas and Baba, right?
Actually, I believe they're more in a state of divorce.
Okay then. This event was supposed to be their remarriage ceremony.
I suppose you could call it that.
I'm gonna examine this. Oh, it's the picture that Paulino was talking about. The picture with the Ambassador Alba, Ambassador Paulino, and Steel Samurai, who's actually Larry Box. Behind the two flags, but the Steel Samurai is doing peace sign on top of their heads, like this.
This was taken just before the two ambassadors gave their bouquet to the Steel Samurai.
I noticed something. One of the Alabastian's flowers is missing a petal. That's weird. That's weird indeed.
So this was taken just before the two ambassadors gave their bouquet to the Steel Samurai. Wait, is this just my imagination? Or is there something in this picture that I've seen before?
I won't rest until I inspect every suspicious looking nook and cranny. That thing over here, that flower that's missing a petal?
It appears to be a bouquet of Persian cyclamens and roses.
Wow, you even know the exact species? I never would have figured you for an expert on flowers.
It's all because of those flowers that old lady sends me every month. Just look at me. I sound like some sort of botanist.
So, what exactly is this yellow flower over here?
That one? I'm not sure.
What? You don't know?
As far as I can recall, I've never seen a flower like this before. But I feel as though I've seen this shape somewhere before.
Yeah, it's the Alabastian flower. The one with the missing petals. Wait. Is this a real flower? Is this the pick? The thing I confused for a guitar pick, that's actually one of the pedals? I need to check this out to make sure. Okay, I'm gonna examine the rest of the picture because the deduce button just popped up. I know what I'm gonna deduce, but I'm gonna expect the rest of the picture just to be sure. I'm gonna examine the Alabastian crest. I can't believe he was pretending to be a harmless old grandpa. Because yeah, the cursor was more on Alba, so I was examining Alba. Talk about deceptive!
I don't suppose anyone expected him to change that drastically.
I bet he's thinking of something evil behind that cheery smile.
Okay, please try to remain calm and focused on the here and now.
Yeah, you're right. Sorry I got all worked up there. Well, the only way we're going to be able to steal the truth is if we keep on investigating. Yeah, that's definitely all him. I'm gonna examine the Steel Samurai.
There's that troublemaker, standing there, smack in the center, making a two pieces sign.
Wow, the Steel Samurai stands out even more than the two ambassadors in this picture. Oh hey, the person playing the Steel Samurai is one of your friends, right? ...
No, I have no idea who he is.
Wait, but you just said he. You know which gender he was, so you must know him, right?
I beg that you please refrain from talking about that person with me ever again.
He's denied his friend. No, I never met him before. End of discussion. Okay, I'm gonna examine the bouquet, the bouquet that Paulino is holding.
It seems that lilies are at the center of this bouquet, with an accent of chamomile.
Wow! I can totally smell the wonderful fragrances.
Kay, this is just a picture.
Ah, look, I know that. But it's nice to imagine things once in a while, you know. Where's your sense of empathy?
If you can smell the fragrance of flowers from a photo, that's more like a hallucination.
You don't have to be mean about it.
Let's just drop this before it's in full bloom.
I'm gonna examine Paulino. Mr. Paulino has a really great smile, don't you think? I bet he was really happy that they were going to become Codopio again.
Perhaps. But instead, he became the greatest victim in today's case. An ambassador like him, who is always thinking of his country, is really to be admired.
Yeah, although this happened, I hope they'll be able to reunite the country someday.
I hope so as well. But for that to happen, we need to solve this case first. We need to see to it that those who would harm the new Codopia are locked away.
And we will! Alright, I think it's time. I'm gonna deduce the flower. Is this spot connected to any evidence I hold? Yes, it does. Yes, it does. I'm gonna save. Present the pic.
Could this piece of evidence be related to this photo somehow?
Huh? Well, nope, I don't think it's related at all.
Ah, even though I know she was right, she could have at least tried to humor me a little.
Okay, so it's not the pic. So that would be the embassy guide? Let me check. No. Two countries share building. No. You know what? I'm gonna redirect it again. No. What else? What else? Shiyategurasu's key? No. I'm getting worried about that live bar. Yeah. That's why I'm saving, but I tried to make these evidence connect, but I don't see what to give them. No. You know what? I'm gonna look back. I think what I need to do is I need to pick something from this room and come back with that. Yeah, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna check I'm gonna inspect the whole room before playing with that. Maybe I just don't have the evidence. Because this is like the best way to drain your life quick. Examine this.
You can see the Babalis embassy, which is undergoing major renovation. From room expansion to garden upkeep, it looks like a lot of construction is going on.
Mr. Palino said that all this work is really hard on him. He said that since Mr. Cochin passed away, that maybe I could work part-time for him.
She got really chummy with that ambassador.
What can I say? I just have a good nose for money.
Hello, and welcome to the Embassy of Babel.
I'm sorry, but I don't really need to enter your country at this time.
Right now, for a limited time here at the Babalese Embassy, we're offering the very special Experience the Terrifying Fire's Ashes tour. So how about it? Shall I sign you up?
We're fine, thanks. We have an investigation to run.
I'm gonna talk to that guard. On the orders of Ambassador Alban, no one is allowed into Alabast.
Yeah, but I thought a lady with a whip passed through here not too long ago.
She's from Interpol and had the proper paperwork. So while I was reluctant, I had to let her in.
Sounds like Francisca's alright.
Besides, if I didn't, that whip of hers. Ugh.
Yup, definitely Francisca.
Can I enter the stage? No. Can I check the videotape? No. Wait. I saw something.
These flowers were sent by Global Studios.
Global Studios?
That's where they filmed the Still Samurais television show. They have been producing hit after hit recently, so the studio has been remodeled.
Oh, I read about that in the papers the other day. That mascot of theirs is also getting a facelift too, right? What's his name?
You mean Mrs. Monkey?
Yeah, I thought it was something like that. You really have a great memory.
Never underestimate my powers of recollection.
That's it. Yeah, so it's really something from my organizer. All right. So I'm just gonna try. Since I'm out of ideas, I'm gonna try everything until I get something right. Because basically, that's how we advance in a Phoenix Wright game when you have no idea what to do next. Because I pretty sure did everything in logic. I don't have anything else left. Oh wait. I just thought of something. Oh no, they won't let me use the logic buttons anymore. Am I done with the logic button? Is that why it's blocked? Or because I have nothing in the logic to show? My logic box is empty. Yeah, that could be it. Okay. I'm gonna make sure it's this. The bouquet of Persian cyclamens and roses. Blah blah blah. That one you're not sure. I'm gonna see the alabaster knife because I'm trying to looking something with the flower logo on it. Eureka! Oh, that's it. Okay. I'm gonna. Eureka! I saved a little bit of life.
Baba's national symbol is the butterfly and Alabast is the flower. It would appear that someone is employing the old hide a tree in the forest trick.
Wait. What? Let me check again. Oh my god. I'm gonna zoom in on the handle. That they really are saying, yeah, even the pedal is missing something, and I bet that my guitar pick fits in the blade, and I've been keeping those two together for so much time. I never even made the connection in the game, but oh my god. So basically Alba was hiding a knife inside his bouquet.
There is a striking flower ornament on the handle of this knife. Compared to the Bobbley's knife's handle, this larger one gives Alabas more presence. Someone is employing the old hide a tree in the forest trick.
What are you mumbling to yourself about? Wait, what? The handle of this knife?
Yes, it's the handle that was supposed to be on the blade that killed Mr. Cochin. The weapon that killed him was carried through the Theatrum Neutralis.
So that's how he smuggled the blade from Malabas to Babal. And then when he murdered him, he switched the blade for a Babal one and bring back the handle, and it's in the flower bouquet.
The weapon that killed him was carried through the Theatrum Neutralis. In the very bouquet Ambassador Alba was carrying.
Commemorative photo data jotted down in my organizer.
The flower motif, it looks like one of the flower petals is missing.
Now we noticed? Now! Oh! And take a look at the weapon itself! It's missing the exact same petal!
Then the knife in this photo is most definitely the same as this murder weapon.
Alabastian knife data updated in my organizer.
I believe we now understand. I'm gonna check again.
I need to check where we found that pick. That pick was in Babal, in the open air stage, and it's also wet for some reason. Okay.
I believe we now understand why Ambassador Alba was so nervous and agitated. It must have been something to do with where Mr. Cochin was killed. A place where the Alabastian ambassador was likely to meet the Babalese Mr. Cochin. The place where Ambassador Alba happened to have committed the murder is...
I'm gonna say the embassy of Babal. I'm gonna make sure, I'm gonna save just so I won't make a mistake. I'm gonna try the courtyard. If it works.
Take that!
No. Mr. Edgeworth, if you don't keep doing that, Ambassador Alba's gonna get away. Come on, let's see if we can get a hold of that treasure down. Know as the truth.
Agreed. Let's see what we can find.
Okay. I'm gonna say Babao.
Take that!
Okay, no, it's not. Theatrum Neutralis.
Take that!
Yeah. Where did he... The ace... This ace is guessing where did he get the lice. Is licensed for what? Investigating or prosecuting? Hello, Alex! How are you doing? You came a bit of on time. I'm gonna catch up on what you've been missing so far. It's 2 in the morning and we have a deadline. And right now we split up. Lang left somewhere. He didn't say where he was going. Gumshoe is going back into Babal and investigating more. Von Karma went back into Alabas because she asked Interpol paperwork authorization to get into Alabas and still keep investigating on that. And us, in the meantime, are investigating the Theatrum Neutralis. and we found the commemorative photo where the ambassador Paulino and Alba took a picture with the Steel Samurai. They were holding a bouquet, and in Alba's bouquet there was the Alabastian knife, where the murder weapon for Mr. Cochin. Right now we're trying to pin the murder of Mr. Cochin on Alba, because he has a bigger motive to kill Mr. Cochin than the Yatagarasu, aka China, aka Callisto Yu, aka some other broad name. So right now we discovered that the actual scene of the crime, the actual place where Manny Cochin was murdered, was in the neutral zone. I don't know how we're gonna figure it out, but this is how this is how it goes.
So the only place that makes sense is here, at the Theatrum Neutralis.
What? Here?
The Goodwill event was being held here today, correct? So the only place that the both of them would have been in is here.
But if that's the case, then everything changes. This theater isn't actually Alabastian land, so that wipes out one of those extraterritorial rights he has. Yes! Yes! This is what we were looking for. I love it. We're gonna pin that son of a bitch. We're gonna do it.
It makes logical sense, in which case it is a reason for us to investigate further.
So what should we check out?
Let's see. I believe we should check the immigration records for both Alabast and Babal post-haste. Babal's records should be easy to obtain, however, the problem would be Alabast. I wonder if they will allow us to see their records despite the order to vacate.
Objection!
Von Karma is back from Alabast. I'm already one step ahead of you, Miles Edgeworth.
Francisca!
I have here the security footage from both Alabast and Babal. You would do well to take a look at its content. Security footage data jotted down in my organizer. He's not a minister, he's ambassador. But since he had the justice system in the palm of his hands, being a former military and all, still being a general despite his looks, well, he might as well be a politician, since it's a kingdom and not a republic or a principality.
You move fast.
Von Karma strives to be the perfect in every way. It's not in my nature to keep on retreating like this. I took the liberty of looking over the Babal investigation reports as well. From now on, you will make no excuse to back down or say that we can't solve this case.
I'm sorry about earlier.
We won't be beaten, because my cute little subordinate is going to try his very best, isn't he?
Hasn't she patronized me enough already for a lifetime? So this video contains footage from Alabast immigration screening area.
I really hope there's something in here that we can use. We walk towards the TV, we put the cassette into the VCR, we see the border, 5:21 p.m. At 5:22 we see Alba coming in, at 5:23 we see Steel Samurai with the Iron Infant. Which minutes footage should I examine? 5:21, 5:22 or 5:23? I'm gonna check everything. I'm not gonna leave anything to chance. So 5:21. I'm gonna examine the guy at customs. This man is the immigration officer who was on duty. He's making a really scary face, even though there's no one around to see it. I wonder if he's just a grumpy sort. Although, that wouldn't do much for tourism. Hey! He smiled a little just now. I saw him. I wonder if he recalled something funny. Well, even if he did, he still has that hard glare in his eyes.
It would appear that he was born with stern-looking eyes. Or what would I call in those modern days, resting bitch face?
Rather fitting for someone in the security business, I'd say.
I'm gonna examine the paper posted on the wall. Oh! I don't remember all these posters. I wonder what they're of.
I do remember a bunch of these hanging in that hallway.
I believe they were all related to tourism and sightseeing.
In Alabas? Impossible! If it were Baba, I would believe that, however.
No. There were posters promoting tourist traps in this country. And I believe they were mostly of Gatewater land.
I see. So they were targeted at the embassy staff.
Yeah, I'm gonna try that other poster, unless it says the same thing. Yeah, it says the same thing. I'm gonna check that door.
It's the door leading into the Theatrum Neutralis.
I tried so hard to get through this door, you know, but I just couldn't get in. But it felt so great when I finally was allowed to go through there. You know what I really wanted to do though? I wanted to try sneaking my way in.
At least nothing seems out of the ordinary with the door.
Gonna check the time.
5:21 p.m.
That's just after the end of the Steel Samurai stage show.
Correct.
We were still inside the theater itself at around this time. All because Mr. Edgeworth wouldn't get out of his seat.
I wanted to show the actors my appreciation for a bit and soak in the atmosphere.
Yeah, with your eyes closed and a complete lack of motion except for some breathing.
Which minute's footage should I examine?
5:22. Let's examine Quercus. He's walking on his cane. He doesn't have anything else on him. I'm gonna examine this.
I can't believe how completely fooled I was by the way he carried himself.
He had me fooled too. According to the files I had sent for earlier, Ambassador Halba was a Canopian hero. He saved the royal family from danger countless times. So what bothers me is why would a man like that create a smuggling ring? Even with all the authority I have, I still haven't been able to figure out why.
It sounds like the ambassador was a hero who was corrupted by evil. But no matter what happened in the past, we can't let the man he is now escape justice.
I'm gonna check the time.
5:22 p.m. At around this time, the Steel Samurai stage show had come to an end, and Ambassador Alba was making his way back to his office.
And then later he shook hands with the Steel Samurai in his office. And then he was going to give a speech in the Rose Garden. Being an ambassador sounds like a busy job. It's like someone is always stealing your time away.
Yes, I'd imagine it's something like that. But despite how busy he was, he still managed to find the time to kill Mr. Cochin and move his body somehow from the Theatrum Neutralis.
Wait a minute. Which minute footage should I examine? 5:23 p.m. Yeah, if you can get a smuggling ring going at any point, gotta go for it. Especially if it's international. Like, you got the perfect ink. You get the perfect ink, to make the perfect counterfeit bills. You have access to a printing press for coupons. I mean, heck! And then you can ruin the countries you're doing business with. Oh, I'm sorry. Your business is going bad because you have a counterfeit money problem. I'm sorry about that. Sorry about that. Okay, I'm gonna examine the time. 5:23 p.m. This is just after the end of the Steel Samurai stage show. And after I had been given that autograph. You totally had stars in your eyes at that time, Mr. Edgeworth.
I most certainly did not.
You had stars in your eyes because of an autograph you received from that man? Miles Edgeworth! You've just lost any respect I have left for you!
I believe it's time to change the subject.
Then you get the lobbyists, then you get the government, and then you monopolize. Yeah.
Then, first you got your money. Then you get the power. And when you get the power, then you got the ladies. You get the ladies. This is from Antonio Montana. But you know what you are? What I'll tell you what you really are.
This is my imitation from Scarface.
You are just a bunch of fucking assholes. You need people like me. You need people like me so you can point your fucking fingers and say that's the bad guy. What does that make you? Good? You fucking cockroach. Say good night to the bad guy. Good night. Goodbye.
Goodbye, bad guy.
Alright,
We're gonna examine. So the spear apparently was already bent, but he won't let me examine that. I'm gonna examine the Steel Samurai himself. But the more I look at the carriage with the Iron Infant, first thing that crossed my mind looking at that wooden cradle was, is this big enough to fit a dead man in? But if so, how to make it look like the Steel Samurai wouldn't notice? I know it's Larry Butts, but this cart is supposed to be filled with hot dog boxes. Yes, I've seen Knives Out.
of course, I see Knives Out. Oh, listen, I see Knives Out. It's because I've seen Knives Out that I'm practicing my Kentucky accent over now. Yeah. But for some reason, Daniel Craig is doing a better Kentucky accent than me, and
people are mad at that. Like that was a lame. Like even the movie is making fun of his accent. Like this foghorn leghorn drool. Okay. So okay, I'm gonna examine the Steel Samurai. On the outside, he may look like the Steel Samurai, but on the inside, it's just Larry.
Oh, the fact that it's that good for nothing else seems out of order.
Wait, you know as well as I that anything can happen if he's involved.
You're not suggesting that someone else could have been under that mask, are you?
No, I don't think that. Just before he entered here, he gave me an autograph, so I'm certain it's Larry under there.
Yeah. I'm gonna examine the Iron Infant.
Doesn't something about this lump's shape strike you as odd?
Huh? Isn't it supposed to be this shape?
No, there is clearly something odd about the bulge. If only we had the pushcart itself, we could compare and confirm my hunch.
Pushcart data jotted down in my organizer. Yeah, there's a bulge. There is a bulge. But, I'm thinking the position we found the body. Like, if it was freshly dead, it would be able to fit in the cart, but then rigor mortis would have kicked in and it would be difficult to get it out. Yeah, we're gonna check the bulge. Oh,
Next, let us check the footage from Babal's security camera.
I hope it shows us something good. 5:25 p.m. Ah, phooey! There wasn't a single sign of a suspicious person on anything.
That right there is the contradiction.
Huh? Did I miss something?
You didn't miss anything, because there was nothing to miss. However, what is missing is the image of Mr. Cochin entering his own country.
But wasn't his body found in Babal?
It would appear that the true face of our final puzzle has finally revealed itself.
Investigation complete? That's it? I got my life back! Okay. Those looks like Men in Black. Exclamation mark? Oh! Those are Alabastian's guard. And Ambassador Alba is standing tall with his cape and his military uniform with his many medals. And there's another guy with him. I think it's his lawyer. I'm not sure, but he looks like the lawyer type.
Ambassador Alba.
I thought I asked you for you and your group to vacate the premises, Mr. Edgeworth.
Actually, I thought I should let you know that this theater sits on my country's soil.
You've had your fun, and I enjoyed our little game. I dare say that you've even achieved a new high score. However, and he's doing the Pope salute. Once you've recorded a score, that same game can never be replayed again. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Your game is done, and it's game over.
No!
Objection!
Where do you think you're going at this time of night? After admitting to my crime, I was overcome with regret. As if. So I am heading to the airport now to return home.
I'm afraid I can't let you do that. There are still too many issues we need to discuss with you.
You can't stop me, Mr. Edgeworth, and you know it.
Arg!
Hold it! Please, may I have a little bit of your time, Ambassador Alba? So now we see Apollino with his lawyer and his guards going out of the Babal embassy. Ambassador Apollino, even just a teeny tiny bit is fine with me. The already strange relationship between our countries is in the precarious situation, you know. Very well, if you insist. Nah, yeah, it's beard stroking, or yes, like very maniacally. Yeah. I will play just one more round with them and see what they want. Not that they'll get any farther.
Ambassador Polino.
Mr. Edgeworth, all I wish for is the normalization of relationship between our two countries. But there is one person standing in the way of that dream. I believe in you. You'll do what's right.
Thank you for your vote of confidence.
Papal salute. Now then, what was it you wanted to ask me about? I do have a flight to catch, after all. So I'm afraid I'm going to have to limit you to just one question. Is he serious? Does this say that we have to only press one time? I'm gonna save. I'm gonna save just to make sure this time, because this is not the first time that happened in a Phoenix Wright game. If they mean business, we cannot like mess around.
That's more than enough because I only have one question anyway. I want to hear your alibi about how you couldn't have killed Mr. Manikochin.
Oh! I see. You seem to have a good hand this time around. This should be fun.
This really is the very last chance we have to bring him down. I won't allow even an atom-sized contradiction to slip by.
Testimony. Ambassador Alba's alibi. Frankly, I still don't understand why I'm being placed under suspicion here. Under your hypothetical scenario, Mr. Cochin and I were fellow smugglers. But to get to the point, I was in Alabas the whole time. So to simply not possible for me to have killed him in Babal. That is my alibi.
So that is your alibi?
That is correct. It's simply not possible for me to have committed a crime in Babal. Now that we cleared that up, I'd appreciate it if you would move out of my way.
Hold it! I said hold it!
What is it this time? I thought I told you I only allow one question.
You did, but you still have yet to really answer my one question.
What?
Until you tell us the truth, I will refuse to budge an inch from where I'm standing.
Very well. I'll play with you just a little longer.
Miles Edgeworth, as my subordinate and representative of this country's prosecutors, you are forbidden to lose!
Of course. That is something I've understood from the start.
That guy's the one who ordered my father killed, isn't he?
Yes, I believe so.
The goal of the first Yatagrasu was the capture of the smuggling ring's leader. My father and Uncle Bad.
I must take care of something. Sorry. I got a snooze on my television, so if I don't push a button once every 4 hours, the TV screen is gonna. You really need to sleep, huh, Jens? Well, thank you for stopping by, man. I mean, I'm really expecting you to see you tomorrow, but yeah, we're gonna finish the rest of the stream on VOD. So thank you very much. I appreciate you being here, and see you tomorrow.
Oh, my father and Uncle Bad. Their legacy will live on through me. So that's why we just gotta catch him, okay?
We will. I promise. Now, Ambassador Alba, let's have at the truth now, shall we?
No matter how many times you ask, my answer remains the same. Ambassador Alba's alibi. Frankly, I still don't understand why I'm being placed under suspicion here.
Hold it! Being the leader of a smuggling ring while taking on the duties of an ambassadorship? Don't you think that the competition is more than enough reason for suspicion? Then there is the matter of the crossbow arrows and the Peridox statues.
Oh, that's Alba's objection? Objection! All of that is nothing more than your flight of fancy.
What do you mean by that?
Under your hypothetical scenario, Mr. Cochin and I were fellow smugglers.
Hold it! It's not a hypothesis. Earlier we proved it to be what happened.
Ha ha ha! Well, let's leave that to one side for now. Because it doesn't change the fact that I had no motive.
Oh? So you really had no reason to kill Mr. Cochin?
If you want to suppose I had one, then why not? I'll indulge you. After all, this is nothing more than a silly game to me.
Even that's how you see things. I'd appreciate it if you would take me seriously.
I'm sorry, I suppose you're in a bit of a pickle. Very well. A game is no fun if the playing field isn't level. Therefore, I formally claim that I have no motive to kill. Now let's see you disprove it!
How can he stand there proving proud when he knows he killed another human being? Well, I'm not going to stand by and just watch him get away with his crimes.
In that case, what motive would I have to kill my co-conspirator?
Are you serious that just because you were partners that you had no motive to kill?
I'm only following your hypothetical scenario to its logical conclusion.
Looks like he's not going to admit himself that he was in league with Mr. Cochin. I suppose not. But I do know his relation to the smuggling ring and Mr. Cochin.
You mean he's a ringleader and that Mr. Cochin was his subordinate, right?
Correct. But I know more than just that. Miss Von Karma, I'm sure you remember the safe in Mr. Cochin's office, correct?
Yes! The safe had 2 compartments to it, didn't it?
Yes, and why do you think those stolen goods were being stored in Mr. Cochin's office? Could it be because he was trying to cheat Ambassador Alba behind his back?
So Mr. Cochin didn't turn the goods over, but decided instead to keep them for himself? I suppose it's possible.
It seems to me that both men were only concerned with their own wealth and well-being.
Then that means that maybe they didn't have a trusting relationship after all.
What Ambassador Alba had to gain, I believe that this is motive for killing Mr. Cochin.
What are you people whispering about amongst yourself over there?
Ah, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Now then, let's continue with your testimony.
But to get to the point, I was in Alabas the whole time. We saw him move.
And what exactly did you do while you were in Alabast?
I had a meeting with the Steel Samurai and then I arranged a few files. Around that time, that thief who was sneaking in took me by surprise.
Are you saying that it was the mask the second that made the first move?
Papal salute? Yes! And it was after I was attacked that I hit him on the head with the Primidoc statue. Unfortunately, he died from the blow, but it was an act of justified self-defense.
Calling him that doesn't cover up what you really did.
Cover up? No, my boy. I'm not covering up anything. I'm telling the truth.
You weren't planning to admit to it, which is why you tried to frame the Steel Samurai. If you weren't an ambassador, I'll be letting my whip fly loose on you right now!
I am terribly sorry that I didn't clean up the body better, but I am a busy man. I had a speech to give in the Rose Garden after that, you know.
Yet despite that, you still had time to kill Mr. Cochin, didn't you?
Man is evil, and I'm sure you are familiar with the facts. But Mr. Cochin was killed in Babal while I was all the way in Halabast. So it's simply not possible for me to have killed him in Babal. That is my alibi.
You insist that it's not possible for you to have killed Mr. Cochin and Babal? And you are correct.
Oh, I thought you would put a bit more of a fight, but if you must concede to me...
The only thing I am conceding is that it's not possible for you to kill him in Babal. I am not conceding that your alibi is the truth.
Oh, I see. However, no matter how you try, know that you can't crush my alibi.
You would be wise not to underestimate the prosecutor of this country.
We'll see about that.
So, Mr. Cochin was a friend of Ambassador Alba?
If that's true, then why did the ambassador kill him? It's not like in the case of my father where he ordered someone to do it. The problem we have here is we don't know what their exact relationship was.
Indeed. If they had complete trust in each other, then there is no motive for murder. However, both men were very selfish, and I believe that is from where this motive arose.
Okay, so they seem to hint that I'm gonna approach the motif angle. The motive. In the case, what motive would have to kill my co-conspirator? I'm gonna present document related to smuggling appearance points to Mr. Cohen. No, that doesn't point there. Bill secret vision for. Am I gonna present the Yatagarasu key? No.
That statement just now stands in clear contradiction of this evidence.
No, it doesn't.
But that's impossible.
The prosecutors of this country, are you all prone to pointing out non-existent contradiction? How frightening it is to think that it might be true.
I can't let him drag me down with his insult.
Okay, so... The paper from the safe, yeah, that's what I thought, but the paper says only, the documents points everything to Mr. Cochin. I don't think that Alba would kill Cochin for credit, but they were in the safe. Okay, I'm gonna try that. I'm gonna try that, Alex. For you, I'm gonna try it.
Objection!
Yeah, it didn't work. Because the thing that would work in that case is if we had proof that Manny was holding something from him, but we don't have in the evidence organizer the pieces of art. Because those were the pieces that was inside the safe, the second layer of the safe. The paper that were in the safe that was pertinent was paper regarding the smuggling ring inquiry, like the thing that Von Karma was looking for. Once we had those, they were erased from our organizer, so we don't have them anymore. Right now we have the embassy guide. For some reason we still have that. The notes on Cochin's body, the single stab to the neck, the body wasn't burned by the fire. The Yatagarasu ski, the Alabashan knife that was the murder weapon. The Babal Periodic statue turns out to be the real one. The Kodopian paper document, that's what you were referring to, that those didn't work. The counterfeit bills, that won't work. The samurai spear, that won't work. alabaster pyramid statue that was the murder weapon. It's been swapped with a fake. The Mask the Second's note. Oh! Yes, that would work! The Mask the Second's note. Kochan was greedy. He wanted to steal the Primidoc statue.
Objection!
Yes!
If you want to know, I believe you did have a motive to kill. It was because Mr. Kochan had betrayed you. But you had your own reason too, namely you wanted to pin the smuggling all on him. Evil begets evil, and because you were trying to test each other, it turned into this mess.
I don't believe this. You have a bad penchant for telling tall tales, Mr. Prosecutor. And if you're not, then I suppose you have some proof to support your argument?
I never use guesswork in moving my cases forward. It has been proven that this note was written by Mr. Kochan's hand. Shall we take a look at it? The content of the note is a request calling for the theft of Alabaster Primidoc statue. By killing him and pushing all of the guilt for the smuggling onto him, you walk away spotless. I believe you understand what I'm driving at. You had more than a few reasons to kill him.
Are you finished with your hypothesizing, Popo Salute?
Excuse me?
Let's suppose I did have a motive. Even so, a motive or a thought alone can kill. Isn't that right?
I didn't expect him to resort to playing a semantics game with me. It appears that this is where the real battle will begin.
Now then, if you will excuse me.
Wait! What?
I told you at the very beginning that you only get one question. Ambassador Alba, if you just could please give us just a little bit more of your time. It doesn't matter what kind of man Matty was. He was my subordinate, which is why I would like for us to figure out the real cause of his death. Popo Salute. That is something for Babal to figure out, and something to which I have no relation to. Exclamation mark. Ah!
Now he's even turning down a request from Ambassador Polino.
I'm very sorry, but it seems that now even my voice falls on deaf ears.
There is no need for you to apologize, Ambassador Polino.
Yeah. We must find some way to stop him from leaving.
It seems there are no further objections. In that case, please allow me to return home. Somebody said hold it.
Hold it! Hold it right there, Ambassador Halba.
Okay.
Like I said, Mr. Edgeworth, the Yatagrasu's legacy will live on through me.
Yes, but how do you suggest we stop him from leaving?
You just leave that to me. Ambassador Alba, do you recognize this?
She show a notebook. No. Why should I recognize that Tatterall organizer? Oh, that's Burns. That's Burns' organizer.
Wait, where have I seen that before?
This is a clue my father, Bernard Faraday, left for us.
Did you say Bernard Faraday? He's starting to sweat.
Mr. Faraday's organizer? Don't tell me this is the one from the second KG-8 incident.
The one in which he wrote about the Yatagarasu ski?
Exclamation mark.
Yes! This organizer belonged to the prosecutor you had Miss You killed 7 years ago.
I have no idea what you're talking about. You say that like it was related to me.
Inside this organizer, he wrote up every detail of every evil thing you did.
What an amusing little girl you are. But that sort of trickery won't work on me.
If you won't believe me, then take a look at this!
And what is that toy there?
She flicks out the little teeth.
That's... and it's showing an hologram?
This delivery device was used by the Yatagrasu, or rather, by my father.
Alba... ...
7 years ago, he used this when he snuck into this embassy.
What?
These two pieces of evidence that all information the Yatagrasu dug up on you. If you go home now, I won't hesitate to send it all to Alabast, right behind you.
Little girl, get to the point.
I want you to go up against Mr. Edgeworth one more time. If you win, then I'll hand over those two pieces of evidence.
Yatagarasu, ever the thorn in my side.
Okay, does that organizer really contain any information on these dirty dealings? It's nothing case-breaking really, but... then it was just a bluff. Even if it was, we still can't let all the info from my father and Uncle Bad found go to waste. Plus, just the existence of a little thief is troublesome enough for him. Those two pieces! Aren't they keepsakes of your father? It's okay. I believe in Mr. Edgeworth. He'll come out on top in the end. When the going gets tough, someone's gonna be there to put the winds back in your sails. After all this time, you're still quite the feisty one. I applaud your powerful nature. I refuse to lose this too. Ambassador Alba, you won't be returning home until you give us further testimony.
How dare you all, barring a person like me.
Ambassador Alba, your testimony, if you please.
Alright, but this is the absolute last. Then even if you use all the power of Ambassador Polino's office, you won't stop me.
I can't let this opportunity Kay has created for me go to waste.
Alba's Alibi, Part 2. The last time I met with Mr. Cochin was here at the Theatrum Neutralis. After that, I was in Alabast the rest of the time, as I stated earlier. In any case, I did not see Mr. Cochin again after that. So you see, there's no time span in which I could have killed him, would you agree? Now, since you people were practically begging, I'll allow you to question me.
What an arrogant old man! Yes, but no matter. We can't allow this chance to escape us.
I will warn you though, you've reached the end of my patience. Waste my time with any inane question and you will be punished.
So any needless pressing or presenting will cost more to our case. In that case, the only thing you can do is present the correct evidence. Understood? Of course. I don't intend to let him intimidate me. I know Mr. Cochin was still before he returned to Mabal. In which case, there is only one statement to which I need to present the evidence.
Okay. Rebuttal, the no fucking around edition. I'm gonna save. The last time I met with Mr. Cochin was here at the Theatrum Neutralis. Yeah, that's true. After that, I was in Alabama the rest of the time, as I stated earlier. Yeah. In any case, I did not see Mr. Koshin again after that. Okay. There is no time span I could have killed him, would you agree? I'm gonna check my evidence. I'm not gonna present everything, but amongst the new evidence, okay, I'm gonna try presenting. What can I present here that can stick? The security footage. Since it showed him going into the country but not coaching. No, that doesn't seem right. I'm gonna let it play just to see maybe if I unlock the bad ending or something. That statement just now stands in clear contradiction to the evidence. No, it doesn't. Oh, it says the same thing. Oh, I have to press once. So I did not see Mr. Cochin again after that.
Hold it! So you never saw Mr. Cochin again after you left this theater?
That's correct. I'm an incredibly busy man, you know. So it's more likely that Mr. Cochin ran into Ambassador Paulino.
Even now, you must push his murder onto someone else?
How dare you, saying that I would kill Manny.
Ambassador Alba, I demand that you refrain from making baseless conjectures.
Papal salute. I was merely offering a possibility. No, this won't do. I can already see this turning into an international incident.
Who exactly is praising who here? In any case, what I needed to do is stay positive and forge on.
Now then, would that be all?
No, wait, I'm not finished yet.
Oh, maybe that was not the statement I should have pressed. You're not very good at listening, are you? I told you I don't have the time to listen to a bunch of useless questions.
The time remaining for me to find the truth has just been blown away.
Okay, so I'm gonna present something else. I'm gonna press the time span, the last sentence.
Hold it! Your alibi is that there was no time span in which you could have killed Mr. Cochin?
Yes, because I was in the theater watching the stage show.
Hey, Mr. Edward, do you remember seeing him sitting in the audience? I'm sorry, but I don't remember anything outside of what was going on stage.
You should have been so focused on the show and paid attention to our surroundings.
Mr. Edgeworth, it is a fact Ambassador Alba came to the theater, but I guess you didn't know that because you didn't see him at the Steel Samurai show.
Well, I do recall that he and you had a photo shoot with Steel Samurai.
It looks like you are finally beginning to understand. Will that be all? Okay, he says, no, wait, I'm not finished. No, it's not about presenting. We need to press the right sentence because none of the statement I can present anything on it. So right now I'm finding the perfect moment or the perfect statement to press. So I'm gonna press the second sentence. After that, I was in Alabama the rest of the time, as I stated earlier.
Hold it! Do you have anyone who can testify that you never left Alabasta after that?
Of course I do. I was in front of a large crowd to give my speech, wasn't I? I guess he's not lying about being in Alabasta the whole time.
Yes, as long as he's willing to admit the Master Second's murder, then I suppose so.
But he keeps saying that it was justified self-defense. Oh, I get it. Okay, so what if I were to pretend being all hollow and sunken, and then I run into a klutzy person? Could I call that self-defense?
That's not self-defense. That's just being careless.
Well, you never know until you try. She's adjusting her gloves.
I suggest that you don't, especially since you've given me a statement of intent.
Now then, would that be all?
Objection!
No. I think that pressing doesn't help me up a bit.
Amazing, diplomats really do know how to craft answers that don't answer anything.
So if the only place he met the victim was at this theater, then when he was killed?
We know that Mr. Cochin didn't return to Bubbles alive. Which means that the only time he could have been killed is when they were both here.
And that means that he was planning to kill Mr. Cochin from the start. So the commemorative bouquet, because he had the murder weapon all along. There's no time span I could have killed him. Okay, I'm gonna present the commemorative photo.
Objection!
Yep. The game is giving me some hints sometimes. Now Edgeworth nods.
It says, I'd like you to take a look at this picture.
It's a rather nice picture, isn't it? It was to commemorate the restoration of relations between our nations.
Oh, it's commemorative, alright. One that captured the proof that I need to show that it was you who committed the murder.
Come again?
This is a knife that killed Mr. Cochin.
Exclamation mark.
I see you recognize it, as well as you should, for it was you who brought it to his theater. You hid it among the flowers you were to give to the Steel Samurai, meaning that you killed Manny Cochin here at the theater.
Grrrr. It's time for me to catch my flight.
Objection!
We're not through yet.
Objection!
Papal salute. It's game over for you, Mr. Edgeworth. But I thank you for the entertainment. No matter how passionately you orate, the end result will still be the same. I won't be returning to this country ever again.
That's right. This man is an ambassador, and he has extraterritorial rights. No matter how hard we chase after him, we won't be able to have him tried in court.
Yes, that's exactly the face you should be making. The face of a worthless cur. Now then, ladies and gentlemen, I must bid you farewell.
The courts! Is there no one who can lay a finger on this man? Is this really the end?
Lang comes in with his men in blacks.
Agent Lang!
Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Prosecutor.
Get out of my way! My plane is scheduled to take off soon!
Sorry, but you're not going anywhere, Mr. Alba.
I'm through playing games with you people. Popo salute! You can't touch me! If you do, it will spark an international incident, Agent Lang.
Sorry, but no, it wouldn't.
What?
Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Good job holding the fort down here until I got back. So, Mr. Alba, your diplomatic immunity has just been revoked.
He didn't do the gun, the pointing end thing, but that would be a perfect movie reference.
Your diplomatic immunity, bang! It's been revoked!
With the gun. What do you mean revoked? Spare me this nonsense and let me through.
Lang Ji says, before aiming for the throat, chew the neck shield off first. Interpol headquarters and the Imperial household of the Kingdom of Alabast. Took a while to get things rolling, but they finally moved on it.
The Imperial household? You! What have you done? Points the finger.
You have been relieved of your duties as ambassador, Mr. Alba!
What? What? What?
Effective today. Effective right now. And you have Mr. Prosecutor's videotape to thank for this.
The video that Yatagarasu protected?
You can't be arrested simply because you're an ambassador. In that case, I thought I'd strip you of that title. You underestimated me, a descendant of the founder of detainment policy philosophy, Lang Ji. 4,000 years of deeply entrenched connection and networks around the world have really paid off.
Oh, he's reverted back to his old man state.
Oh, he can't be! I don't believe this! My ambassadorship has been revoked!
Looks like you're finally coming to grips with your new standing.
Woohoo! Looks like he's turned docile again.
He's probably in shock from the loss of his shield.
What a shame! I had so wanted to use my whip on him.
Why is this happening to me? I'm just a hard-working, honest ambassador.
Do you really think you can still pull that on us now? We've already ripped away the mask and seen you for who you really are, Mr. Alba.
Second win? No! I won't be stopped now!
He still intends to fight us?
Popo salute? So what if I'm no longer an ambassador? You still don't have any evidence on me. The fact remains that you cannot arrest me.
I'd expected no less from you, the boss of the smuggling ring. Well, the rest is up to you, Mr. Prosecutor.
Understood.
You say that I killed Mr. Kochan in the theater. But even if it's true that there was a knife in my bouquet, I left that bouquet in the theater. So anyone could have taken it out from there and used it, right? Besides, the claim that he was killed here itself is odd. After all, wasn't his body discovered in Babao? Are you claiming that I carried his body all the way over there? Preposterous!
I'd be the one to prove whether it's preposterous or not. Ex-Ambassador Alba, are you ready? Because this is no game. This is war!
Round 3! Alba's Alibi, Part 3. Oh, now Edgeworth is serious. He declared war on Alba. Get ready. I killed Mr. Cochin in his theater using a knife that was stuck in my bouquet. I left that bouquet in the theater. Anyone could have taken the knife from there. Besides, Mr. Cochin's body was discovered in Babal, right? There is no way for me to have transported this body from the theater to Babal. Look, don't you think you have enough fun with me? You've already stolen my ambassadorship from me. Would you have me surrender too?
You have no plans to ever return to this country, isn't that right?
Exclamation mark.
Did you know that a bunch of your subordinates are seeking asylum because of you?
As if I care.
Hey, Mr. Prosecutor! Boot this guy out of the embassy and we can finally end everything.
I know, and I will give it my all to see that he leaves in handcuffs. Without the title of ambassador, he is just another witness.
Yes! Just another witness!
Adjust gloves. Alright! What are we waiting for? Let's get this guy!
And get him good.
I wonder if they understand that all I can do is present evidence to the testimony.
Rebuttal, Alba's alibi. Alba's alibi, Alba's alibi, Alba's alibi. That's a good tongue twister. Alba's alibi, Alba's alibi. Part 3. I killed Mr. Cochin in this theater using a knife that was stuck in my bouquet.
Hold it! That's right. As I explained earlier, the commemorative photo shows that you had the knife on your personage.
You have no proof that the bouquet was prepared by me, isn't that right?
Excuse me?
The fact that there was a knife in the bouquet was something I wasn't aware of.
What a pathetic excuse. The weapon that was used is one of your national treasures. It isn't exactly something anyone other than you could touch, let alone take.
I allow some of my trusted subordinates to handle them. It could have been my secretary.
You're an even bigger slime ball than I thought.
You would push the guilt of Mr. Cochin murders onto one of your subordinates?
Huh. In any case, the fact that a knife was in the bouquet means nothing! I left that bouquet in the theater. Anyone could have taken the knife from there.
Hold it! You still wish to deny your actions?
And you still wish to deny reality and accuse me of murder?
What? I am not in denial.
Even though he's not an ambassador anymore, he's still got a real bad attitude.
I believe it's because he's no longer ambassador that he can't let himself speak freely.
Adjust gloves. Well, if he's not holding anything back, then neither should I.
Wait! For the sake of the case, please refrain from what I think you're about to do.
Quite the pair of frightening women you are. But I digress. Besides, Mr. Cochin's body was discovered in Babal, right?
Hold it! Even if it was found in Babal, he was killed somewhere else.
Okay, that was my last sip of water. Stop bluffing, because you can't prove what you're claiming. If this were a court-martial in my country, you would already been removed from the room.
Are you taunting us on purpose because I'd be happy to show you my claws?
Hold on, Agent Lang. Allow me to fight him with my way. With evidence.
Yeah, security footage. Lang takes off his sunglasses.
Ha 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 ha. I was just joking. I'm not so easily ruffled by the likes of him.
Too bad, though I'm no longer an ambassador. It still could have been an international incident.
If you have the will to threaten us with that mouth of yours, then perhaps you can use it to return to the testimony.
Very well, but to be fair, you should watch what you say as well. There is no way for me to have transported his body from the theater to Babal.
Hold it! Is that really so? You could have easily blackmailed your subordinates to be quiet and then move the body.
That's quite an insult to me and my subordinates, and I'm afraid we can't have that. It's very difficult to enter my embassy as the guards always conduct a thorough check. If someone so much as make an unnatural movement, it would arouse their suspicions.
Come to think of it, there wasn't anything unnatural about him in the footage.
Wait, let me think about that for a second. Mr. Alba said that the guard would become suspicious if someone acted unnaturally. But then, by the same token, the guard would not become suspicious if someone were to act naturally. If we retrace Mr. Alba's movement, we should find some hints solving this case.
Well, right after the Still Samurai Stage show, we went back to Alabas, right? From there, he started preparing for his speech at the Alabastian embassy. It does sound like it wasn't possible for him to have gone to the Babalese embassy.
He couldn't have gone to Babal, but the body didn't remain at the theater either. Is it possible that the body was temporarily taken to a different location first?
I killed Mr. Cochin in this theater using a knife. Okay. So yeah, it's security footage, but where? Left my bouquet in the theater. Anyone could have taken the knife. Mr. Cochin was discovered in Babal. There is no way for me to have transported his body from the theater to Babal. I'm gonna save. Okay, we're gonna try. Okay. Because when I check the push card evidence, I see the lump, the bulge, we have the Iron Infant, and we have 5:23 p.m. I'm gonna try this. Mr. Cochin's body was discovered in Babal, and then we're gonna present the security footage to say that he never got back to Babal.
Objection!
Okay, that wasn't it. The statement directly contradicts this piece of evidence. Does it now? Not that it really matters to me either way. But are you really sure my statement contradicts the evidence?
Judging by his overconfident attitude, I guess this piece of evidence wasn't related to this statement after all.
Miles Edgeworth! You can't chase him down with that kind of evidence!
Yes, I know. I must think calmly and rationally about this because it's not impossible to take this man down.
Okay. I'm gonna present the camera on the final statement instead of the one I said.
Objection!
Yep. You were right, Alex. The camera worked on the last one.
Actually, there was a way to transport the body out of the theater. Perhaps you should give this a look.
What is that supposed to be?
It's footage from a security camera that captured the state of the immigration area.
Should I congratulate you on getting your hands on it?
Just letting you know that we're not the only ones watching your every movement.
Thank you for the warning.
Now, if you could take a good look at this section here. This lump here inside the pushcart. Do you know what's causing it?
Should I? Because I don't.
In that case, allow me to enlighten you. This is the cause of the unnatural lump under the cloth in the pushcart.
The cause of the unnatural lump, that would be... I'm gonna present Cochin's body, but it says notes on Cochin's body, not
Take that!
Yeah, that's him. What is the meaning of showing me that?
It's to say that the unnatural bulge in the pushcart is Mr. Cochin's body. You had the steel samurai wheel his body away from the real crime scene.
What a guess. But I wonder if you have any evidence to support it.
I admit that for now, it is but a hypothesis, however.
If you can't prove it, I'm afraid I must be on my way. I don't have any more time to play with you people.
Hold it! Sorry I took so long, Mr. Edgeworth, sir!
He's coming out. Gumshoe's coming out of Babal with the pushcart.
I found the pushcart! Gumshoe to the rescue!
Gummy?
Detective Gumshoe, is that the steel samurai's pushcart?
Yes, sir! I found it in the open stage area, sir!
So that's where you went.
The detective spirit that Pops left me with. I thought I'd follow my gut and go with it, sir. So, Mr. Edgeworth, did Gummy do good?
Yeah, Gummy did good.
Yes, Gubby did good.
Is this worth anything to the case?
Yes, it just might play a major role in solving this case, detective.
Yay! Gummy did good. Gummy deserves a treat. Gummy eats a hot dog now. Nom 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 nom.
But something isn't right. I thought that the entire samurai family was in Alabasta. Where exactly in the open-air stage area did you find this pushcart?
Oh, I found it just lying there at the edge of the stage, sir.
Oh? Well, let's leave that for now and examine the inside, detective.
Yes, sir!
Oops, sorry. I need to scratch my eye. I got a booger. I got a booger in my eye. I'm gonna have to wash my hands later. Try not to touch my... Anyway. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Alright, so we're examining the cart. Well, well, well. Look who has blood in the bottom of the cart. I'm gonna check the outside.
Steel Samurai Daddy used this pushcart to wheel the Iron Infant around.
The Iron Infant is the Steel Samurai and the Pink Princess's kid, right?
Yes, made an appearance at the end of the stage show. Hey, it was a rather fitting ending for the whole thing. That the Steel Samurai was unwittingly forced to move the body is just unforgivable.
It's blood!
This must be Mr. Kochen's blood, which only goes to prove that Mr. Kochen's body was indeed transported by this pushcart.
Alba ... He's sweating.
I believe you understand what this means, correct? You killed Mr. Kochen at this theater and then placed his body inside the pushcart. And then you forced the Steel Samurai to unwittingly move the body for you.
I forced him to move the body into Alabast? Salute. What nonsense! Why would I bother to do such a thing?
You were scheduled to a speech in Alabast. Meaning, it was difficult for you to make a stop in Babal. However, what if you moved the body to Alabast? Because it was your embassy, you could keep an eye on it and tamper with the evidence. And then you smuggled it out of Alabast.
No! He just took a hit and some of his wrinkles. Okay. So apparently his face looks cracked with wrinkles, and when he made that no, some of his wrinkle broke off and piece of his face are missing. It's like his face is it's like he's wearing makeup, and his actual face is the makeup, and it's getting crusty. Crusty face! Alba got a crusty face.
If I can show how you moved the body from Alabast to Babal, then I win.
But you can't. The security between the two countries is incredibly tight.
I'll be the one to judge whether I can or cannot prove it. And I also ask you to provide us with testimony regarding your movement after you return to Alabast.
Gosh! Miles Edgeworth! Have you figured it out? Do you know how the body was moved?
To be honest, I have nothing to support my hypothesis at this time. However, I don't believe I've made a mistake in my logic up to this point. Which means...
there is no question that can't be answered, right?
the Primidoc statue was smuggled successfully through a brief flight through the air. So why shouldn't there be an answer as to how the body was moved? Which means that there must be a logic flaw somewhere I can exploit.
Nah. If they say that they moved the body the same way they moved the statue, I call bullshit. Because a dead body... Anyway. Doesn't make sense. Movements in Alabast. Testimony. After I returned to Alabast, I had my picture taken with the Steel Samurai shaking hands. Then, just as I was about to start my speech, the Yatakarasu appeared. I feared for the national treasure, so I raced back to my office. That's it?
Is that all?
Yes. That's all.
Objection! It looks like you left out a few things, such as the murder of the Master II. Furthermore, you left out the part about meeting with me in your office.
Ah, those trifling matters. I don't believe I need to speak of those things again. I do so hate to waste time. What?
You! It's not every life precious.
Do you really need me to answer that for you?
People like you cannot be allowed to wander freely through society.
Then you'd better try hard. Because I doubt you'll find a single contradiction.
He's really full of himself, isn't he? Yes, he is. How can he be so confident at a time like this?
Come! Don't be shy! Go ahead and ask whatever you'd like!
Rebuttal.
After I return to Alabasta, I have my picture taken with the steel samurai shaking hands.
So why was it only with the steel samurai? I thought the pink princess was also around.
The pink princess was suffering from a bad hip at the time, and the doctors recommended that she rest.
Wow, so you do have a soft side after all.
The pain of a bad hip. I suppose none of you can really understand how it feels.
Oh, so you tend to strain your back as well, huh?
But isn't that just because you're normally all hunched over?
He did need to keep up that. He did need to keep up the act no matter what, I suppose.
Huh. The point of this is not to discuss my back problems. For about 15 minutes after our handshake, I was in my office preparing for the speech. Then, just as I was about to start my speech, the Yatagarasu appeared.
That Yatagarasu was just a trick that you had set up. How do you know it was him?
A most amusing joke. And how do you propose that I set it up?
If you really want to know, I can explain it in details for you. You arranged the spotlight in the rose garden so that when you were to take the stage, the audience would see the Yatagarasu's shadow.
Pardon, sorry. Oh, that is an interesting tale. Sadly, it has nothing to do with me. If the body was put inside the statue, that means Baba would have the fake. Because, and even so, there's nothing to counterbalance. Like the reason the reason they were able to smuggle switch the statues using the wire and the arrows and the spinning fans is because the statue, the replica, was lighter than the statue. Even if you put a body inside. Wait. It's yeah, because the fake was in Babal with because the reason there was a switch was because Mariko-chan needed to okay. that was how they were tricked to think about because the weight of it was part necklace. Yeah, but the replica was in Babal along with the plates that were used for counterfeiting the bill. Kochen needed to remove them away from Babal. That's why Alba helped him making the switch. But that was before the fire took place. The switch happened before the fire took place. And the replica was in alabaster along with the plates to print the money, and the real one was caught in the fire in Babal. Anyway, we're gonna continue the game, but that's an interesting question, but it's hard for me to explain to you why I don't think that's how it happened, but we'll see how it goes.
You! What's it going to take for you to fess up to anything?
Yeah. Very well then, let's move on to a different question. After the Yatagarasu appeared, what was the state of the Rose Garden?
Everyone took refuge inside the embassy. I even helped with the effort. And then, once everyone was inside, well, I feared for the national treasure, so I raced back to my office.
Hold it!
And what happened after you returned to your office?
I don't want to keep on repeating this, however, upon my return, I had a stroke of bad luck and bumped into Masked Man.
Objection!
And I don't want to keep on repeating this either. But his name was the Mask the Second.
Who cares what he was called? By the time he got to the Primilux statue that he was supposed to steal, it had already been swapped for the fake. Talk about an unlucky man being bludgeoned to death with a fake statue. Miss Von Karma Miss Von Karma is really letting her rip fly now.
Hey! I think the scary part is her silence while she's doing it.
She must be at the limit of her patience as well. But physical attacks are meaningless here. Only evidence will suffice. I can't find a single flaw in his argument. At this rate, I won't be able to prove he's actually guilty of anything.
Are we finished here?
Miles Edgeworth, can you not come up with how the body was moved to Babal? Sir!
Mr. Edgeworth!
Even after proving so much, is he going to get away with it?
Yeah. Is this the end?
Somebody said owned it. Oh! It appears we made it just in time! Hold it! It would be a great honor if you would allow us to be your allies in battle. Introducing the Steel Samurai Daddy, along with the Pink Princess and the Iron Infant. All together, we make the Steel Samurai family. Hey-ya! Evil magistrate, it is time for you to pay. It's the Steel Samurai. No, you are mistaken, for I am Steel Samurai Daddy, married man of Neo Old Tokyo. And this is Pink Princess Mommy.
Edgy Boo! Remember me? I'm here!
Oh no! The two people that I wanted to see the least. Larry! What are you two doing here?
Hey! Way to show your gratitude, Edgy! We just wanted to help!
Yeesh!
I'm gonna get the bad guy with a single thrust of my...
Go away!
How can you be so mean to us, Itchy Poo? All three of us had to come in, and this is how you treat us?
Well, isn't this grand? And here I see it, and I see they managed to find the Iron Infant.
Does that really matter right now?
Hey! Is it just me, or is the Iron Infant completely soaked? Huh? Oh yeah. I found him in Babal, but he was in the middle of the pool.
Wait a second! Larry! Go back to what you just said!
Huh? It appears that we made it.
No, not that far back! Something about finding the Iron Infant in Babal? And he found it in a pool? I don't recall there being one in Babal.
Oh, that, yeah, yeah, well, you see, well, I was in Alabas the whole time, but, so I have no idea how the Iron Infant would wind up in Babal. I thought I had lost him in the Rose Garden. But I guess maybe this cute kid can't swim, huh?
Wait, what? Larry, you lost the Iron Infant in the Rose Garden? Are you sure about that?
Yeah, I'm sure. But I found him in...
That's enough, Larry.
Oh my god, did Larry broke the case?
The Iron Infant that Larry lost managed to move between the two countries. Furthermore, the Iron Infant was found soaked in the middle of a pool. This is what I've been looking for. It's another smuggling route between the countries.
Wait a minute. So, there is an aqueduct system. Oh, the pool! The pool in the Rose Garden. He dumped the body in the pool in the Rose Garden, but apparently when Babal has a fire, they shame the same water body. So when there was the reason they started a fire in Babal was to make the water pump work so that the water and the body from Alabas was dragged into the pipes and right and underground and into Babal. Wow. Wow. And that would explain why the pick from the Alabas knife was wet and near the open stage area. Open stage area.
The key to the route the Iron Infant took to travel from Alabas to Babal is
Diategrasu, bilateral symmetry, and carter fitting. Bilateral symmetry.
Ah, that's right. This embassy was built with bilateral symmetry in mind. Detective Gumshoe.
Yes, sir.
There is a location I wish for you to examine post-haste. It is where I believe the route used to smuggle Mr. Coach and Buddy lies.
Does something like that really exist, sir?
An embassy built on bilateral symmetry, meaning that this is where we need to examine
the open air stage area. Yeah. So that means there's a pool underneath the stage. And we don't know that.
Hey, Yes, sir. I'll be back before you know it. Gumshoes away!
And he gone. It's too late. It doesn't matter now what you do. It's all a waste of time.
You will stay here with us and wait. ...
This is Edgeworth.
Hello, Mr. Edgeworth. It's here, sir. There is a reservoir here, just like in the rose garden.
Yeah, there's a trap, and Gumshoe just opened it, and the part of the stage is open, and there's water underneath. There's a reservoir underneath the stage. My God.
Just as I suspected.
What is it? What is it?
The two sides of this embassy are mirror image of each other. Which means that there is also a pool at the corresponding location on the bubbly side. Mr. Cochin's body was moved into Babal through the pool in Alabast.
And from the map, they're really close to each other. Avoiding the topic with a vague answer like that is unbecoming of a prosecutor. If you don't mind, I like to see more physical proof if you have any.
Oh, let me bring this on. The iron infant is positively soaked in water. Why do you think that is? It's because he was fished out of a pool, and not just any pool. It was the Babalese one. I think it's pretty obvious at this point what must be true.
Now we see the underground. There are both cylinders, and there's a tunnel. There's a pipe, a large pipe connecting them, big enough to fit an adult dead body.
The water reservoirs in the two courtyards are connected.
And where is your proof that the two sides are connected?
The proof is right there before your eyes. The half-drowned iron infant.
What? This blasted doll! And now Gumshoe is back.
Mr. Edgeworth, I'm back! Hey, don't tell me you guys figured everything out without me.
We did, thanks to this hero of the justice son. Even if he's just a doll, he managed to help foil the villain.
Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Look, I don't want to say this, but it's kind of unlikely that the body just happened to have passed on through to the wall. This guy's a doll and he's small, so I can't believe it made it, but...
He has a point.
Yes, that's right. I'm glad someone here understands. Mr. Edgeworth, are you going to next propose that a dead body can swim through a pipe?
You see, Mr. Prosecutor, our chase after this man is far from over.
Yeah, well, no, what I'm gonna present the water level of the pool, because it's been drained because they were used during the fire. So, because you see, the reason why there was a second fire was for Babal. One, the Yaktagarasu was made. One was one that the Yaktagarasu made so that Maniko-chan can burn the evidence of the smuggling ring. And the second one was made so that the water level will be completely run down, so they could fetch the body, the dead body, and
Agent Lang,
why is he helping Mr. Alba out now?
he's not. He realize a flaw in my argument and is helping to move the logic along. In which case, I should return the favor and find an answer.
And another thing, Mr. Kojin's body was found in his office in Babal. So what happened to his body after it was transported to the open air stage?
Mr. Alba had an accomplice in Babal, remember?
You mean China, right?
With her there, you can see how it was possible to move the body up to the office.
Are you seriously claiming that she swam through the connecting pipe with the body?
He's right. This China would drown if she did that. It's hard to imagine that she swam through the connecting pipe.
It looks like your hypothesis about how the body was moved is still only half-baked. In the end, it's all just the befuddled musing of an accusatory man. Now then, I believe you should give up and allow me passage. Because from the start, there was no feasible method of transporting the body.
What?
Mr. Prosecutor, recall China's movements.
Yeah. What was happening around the time Miss China was in Babal?
Oh, if only there was a way to get rid of the water in the pool.
Get rid of the water? Aha! That's it!
Now I believe this time we really are done, right? See? This is only one step ahead.
Unfortunately for you, it's far from over, Mr. Alba.
You are a most persistent man. Are you saying that you've thought of a way to move the body through the water?
Move the body through the water? That is completely unrelated to how it was done.
Excuse me?
The reason I say that is because there wasn't any water at the time.
What do you mean there wasn't any water?
Just what it sounds like.
Okay. So they're saying that the water they dropped the body in the pool. There was a fire. Both tanks were completely drained. So that would allow China to walk between and get the guy out.
Tonight's events made it possible to drain the water, allowing the body to be moved.
The fires in Babal.
Take that!
Tonight, the EDGEWORTH set fire to a variety of locations in the Babalese embassy. In order to put the fires out, much of the reservoir's water was used. Of course, when the water was used, the reservoir water level went down. If enough water was drained, the connective pipe would be used to traverse the border.
So what? The water level went down, the reservoirs were connected. Salute. Does any of this matter? You can't prove any of this.
Nods. Pretending to be ignorant won't work with me. We both know what kind of situation we're in right now. Even in a game, there comes a critical game-changing moment. A moment in which you hit a wall that you must overcome in order to beat the game.
I haven't lost yet.
I found the route you used to smuggle the body, and that route will lead to your defeat.
Even if all the water was used by the firefighting effort, you still can't really call that a smuggling route.
I know that.
Ha ha ha! I should have figured out that you would notice. Hey, Mr. Alba, how deep are those pools anyway?
I'll have you know those pools are extremely deep. And there are no ladders or footholds along the walls either.
It would be difficult for China to hold the body and climb up out of the pool.
While you don't need to climb up, okay, this is where the evidence I was holding for a long time would come to a use.
It would be difficult for China to hold the body and climb up out of the pool.
Ladders or footholds along the walls? There was no need for such things.
What do you mean?
If one were to use a certain something, they could go up or down in the pool at will.
Oh, it looks like you got an answer already. Well, what are you waiting for, Mr. Prosecutor? Enlighten us already.
The way in which Miss China and the body were able to rise up to ground level, if there was a way to control the water level, that could be the way the body was moved. This was used so that the body and Miss China could move up and down in the pool.
The fountain spouts.
Mr. Alba used the fountain spouts, in a manner of speaking.
He used the fountain spouts? How so?
The water level in the pools can be controlled by opening and closing the spouts. Miss China and the body were lifted both upwards by their buoyancy in water. The fire on the bubbly side and the fire fighting effort, these were set in motion all for the sake of smuggling Mr. Cochin's body.
That's what I've been saying for a bit of a time now. Take that!
Yeah!
Shall I show you where the final destination of my train of logic leads? First, Mr. Alva closed the fountain spout in advance, in preparation of things to come. Then, he took the pushcart that was brought to the rose garden and pushed it along with the iron infant and Mr. Cochin's body into the pool.
And we see a graph, we see a blue Alba, and we see the cart, the push cart. The cart is in the water, and the cart is floating. We see pipes from both sides. I bet they're gonna be open once they use them to access water for the fire effort.
At this time, Miss China was busy conveniently starting the first fire in Babal.
So now we see a red S as China,
And then she made for the open air stage pool to wait for the firefighting effort to begin.
Then we see the door, they open.
When the firefighters used the water in that pool, the water level went down. And by the time the fire was put out, the pipe between the two pools was exposed.
Then she just have to walk in and grab it, and then they have to shut the valve, and Albus have to turn on the spouts once again, and they're gonna. Yes, she's moving. She's moving. She's pushing the cart. Beep, 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 beep.
This is when she pushed the pushcart from Alabask into Babal. Once that was accomplished, Mr. Alba simply opened the fountain spout once more.
And now we see the water pouring down.
And the water level rose up to its original level along with Miss China and the body. After that, Miss China used the pushcart to carry the body up to the Secretariat's office. There is an elevator in the embassy after all, so you see, even with her small frame, she could have just easily transported Mr. Cochin's body. And that wraps up my thorough explanation on how the body was moved.
Yeah.
No!
Well, ex-Ambassador Alba, what do you think? Not so untouchable without your precious extraterritorial rights to protect you, are you? I know you can do it, Mr. Edgeworth. Wait to fight back.
You accuse me of moving the body across country lines. But when you get down to the nitty-gritty, you don't have what it takes to indict me.
The nitty-gritty? What does the old man want now? Proof. I believe it's what he seeks.
Yes, proof. Without any, who's to say whether or not any of what you said really happened?
He wants proof. What are we going to do, Mr. Edgeworth? Oops. There is no need to worry. I've had all the proof we need all along.
Yep.
The body wasn't the only thing to go through the pool's connecting pipe tonight.
The murder weapon was as well.
Just as Detective Gumshoe found the pushcart in the open-air stage area, so too did I find one other item there. And that piece of evidence is what will prove that the pools were the smuggling route. This was another thing that was smuggled over to Babal's open-air stage area.
Yeah, I'm gonna save just to be sure. The alabaster knife.
Take that!
This is the defining piece of evidence that will prove my hypothesis.
I don't think it proves a single thing.
What?
I think it's about time we put an end to this ridiculous farce of a trial. If I'm not mistaken, all you're doing is trying to trick me with psychological gimmicks.
If I continue on like this, Mr. Alba will find a way to worm his way out of this. The body wasn't the only thing to go through the pool's connecting pipe tonight. There was something else that was brought from the Rose Garden, through the opening air stage and into the Secretariat's office along with the body. Just as Detective Gumshoe found the pushcart in the open-air stage area, there must be a reason as to why that other item was there as well.
Okay. He meant the pick, but they're from the same thing.
Take that!
And what exactly is this?
You have no idea, do you? This little piece that I found on the babbly side will be your undoing.
A guitar pick? Would you care to explain how that this is going to do me in, with air quotes, as it were?
Much to your chagrin, perhaps, but it is not a guitar pick.
What?
This is something I found at the open-air stage which was transported with the body. I naturally assumed that you would recognize it since you took a photo with it after all. But since you don't, allow me to fill you in on what I found at the stage actually belongs to.
Okay, now it's the alabaster knife.
Let us take a good look at the murder weapon that was used to kill Manny Cochin. On the handle of this knife, there is a beautifully blooming flower. However, it would appear that it's missing a single petal. Now, let's see what happens when we try to fit this pick in that open slot. Click! It's a perfect fit! I'd assume that the petal must have fallen off of the flower during Mr. Cochin's murder. And then it was accidentally placed into the pushcart along with Mr. Cochin's body.
That's an interesting story, nothing more.
Oh, I assure you it's more than just a story. Because for some odd reasons, this flower petal was wet when I found it.
It was wet, you say?
Yes, and the only place it could have gotten wet from is the open-air stage spool. Now I ask you, how did a part of the weapon which was smuggled into the theater wind up in the open-air stage area of the Babalese side of the embassy? I don't think I need to waste any more explaining this, as this petal explains it all for me. It proves that someone went from the Rose Garden's pool on through into a bar.
Impossible!
The people of St. Forbes have been waiting to see you face to face, Mr. Alba. I'll tell everyone back home we'll be there soon. You should be happy.
Why?
Why? It's a little late to be asking that question. You should have known from the very beginning. When you took your first life. No matter how you may plot, or how you may try to cover it all up, you can never hide from your crime and what you've done. Because we're here to see to it that justice is served to people like you.
You can't call me what... You can't call what you've given a perfect argument. You know, I don't think this guy is going to ever admit to his wrongdoings, Mr. Edgeworth, because he values himself above all else. People who can't be negotiated with are people who refuse to admit when they're lost. I don't believe those kinds of people really exist because everyone breaks eventually.
You're right. In that case, I have no choice but to use all of the evidence I have. I'll use it all until he breaks under the weight of his crimes. Mr. Alba, I request that you testify once more. This really will be the end of the line.
To be continued? Right? What? Yes, I want to save. March 15, 3:33 a.m. Theatrum Neutralis, lobby. We haven't moved a bit, but a lot of time has passed.
Mr. Alba, I request that you testify once more.
As if there is anything else for me to testify about.
I still have yet to fully prove that it was Mr. Alba who murdered Mr. Cochin. Well, I would like to hear about your movement before the murder occurred.
Hey, Super Blind Man with a raid of 14 people. Welcome, welcome. It's not over yet. It's not over yet. We had the final part of the final chapter. Hello, Cello. How are you doing? Hello, Nick. Yeah, so we're in the final chapter. We have cornered the ambassador, and along with Agent Lang, we were able to convince the Principality of the Kingdom of Alabast, the royal family, that the proof that we had on Alba from the KG8 incident, that he was involved in it, was enough to get his immunity as ambassador revoked. So he got fired. He was about to leave, and we just stalled him just enough for Lang and the rest of Interpol to say, your diplomatic immunity, it's been revoked. Hello, friend. I gift you with awesome people who are awesome just like you. Yes, I love you guys. Thank you so much for coming in. So yeah, this is I'm trying to make this as much descriptive for the visual impaired as much as possible. I'm doing voices right now. We're gonna continue, and yeah, we're getting that guy. Very well. I suppose I could tell you about that. Because about all I did was watch the Steel Samurai stage show.
Elaborating on even that alone is good enough for me.
I must go eat food, but keep it up and have a great stream. Thank you very much, Super Blind Man, and enjoy your meal. I myself had pork chops with a bit of aioli sauce. I spiced my pork chops with taco seasoning. It turns out it's good on any meat, not just beef. And I got French fries to accompany that.
The only way for me to place this man under arrest is to pinpoint the exact location of where the murder took place, for that is the key to this investigation.
Face Off! Testimony! The Steel Samurai Show. So as you can see, it looks a bit like Phoenix Wright, but instead of being in court, we're being in the middle of investigation, and the trick is pinning the guy, finding the culprit before the case has been brought into trial. So it's gonna be open and shut case. Guilty! Steel Samurai Show. Oh, this is the endgame music. This is the guy has been cornered music. I watched from the last row. The stage was well lit, but it was dark out in the audience. I swear I was there in the audience, but it's hard to prove that, I suppose. I do remember the content of the show very well, though. Is that proof enough for you? Those moving scenes were seared into this old man's heart. I'll never forget them. Oh, I know how we're gonna pin them. I love the music and the magic's work. Thank you, Chaos Bringer. It's true, eh?
So you were in the theater proper, watching the Steel Samurai stage show now, were you?
Of course I was! I have a great fondness for the Steel Samurai.
Yeah, I was pretty cool up here, wasn't I? By the way, this is Larry Butts. Larry Butts was the acting Steel Samurai. Right now he's doing Steel Samurai Daddy. He's a married man of Neo Old Tokyo. He's married to the Pink Princess, who is played by none other than Wendy Allbag, and they have a baby which is a plush toy called the Iron Infant. So yeah, that's what's going on with them. You're not one who was cool. It's the Steel Samurai who is cool.
Yeah, and the Steel Samurai special finishing move today was really something, huh?
This is our assistant, Kay Faraday. She looks like a ninja. She wants to be a great thief, but she wants to be a thief of truth. So right now she's helping us because she's a daughter of a prosecutor who has been murdered by someone under the orders of the ambassador we're trying to ping right now. And this is a personal case for her because she wants revenge. Justice. Not revenge, but you know.
Hey, Edgy! Who is she? Who is this super cute girl?
She's been standing here this whole time and only now he notices her? Her name is Kay Faraday, and she's helping me in my investigation.
Sorry I didn't get to introduce myself earlier, but better late than never!
Yeah! So, okay, I'm Larry, but I got a whip!
Von Karma is here. Silence in the peanut gallery! There is no time for such frivolities at a time like this!
This is the FBI, not the FBI, the Interpol agents that saved the day at the same time. He's from Zhengfa, which is a fictional country. It's China, but he's a guy with a record of arresting people. Because in Zhengfa, they're guilty. They arrest the people guilty until proven innocent. So,
Mr. Prosecutor, this is the final battle. You got that?
I know. This is the end. For that man there.
Ha 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 ha! No, that's the kind of thing I like to hear. I think I'll give trusting you a try, Mr. Prosecutor. Or rather, Mr. Edgeworth.
Oh my god. He's acknowledging us because this guy, because his family honor has been soiled by dirty prosecutors. He has a grudge against all prosecutors. And this is the first time in the game he calls us by our name. So that's touching. Though I'm probably going to stop watching to avoid spoilers. Oh, okay. Well, I got most of the games on the video on demand. Although since that was my first game streaming, I didn't realize that the videos on demand you could actually save the whole thing instead of only the default 80%. So you don't have the whole game on video on demand. Since I started that game a month ago, so the chapter 1 and 2 are gone. Sorry. But if I have any creators blanked, if I get a blank, I might make another stream just to get those recorded and put them in my collection. Because I got a collection
and I'm gonna refill that game. But it's okay because next week, I'm telling you right now, next week I'm gonna do Apollo Justice. If any of you guys are interested, I'm gonna next week. I'm gonna maybe next Monday. I'm gonna start Apollo Justice, which is the fourth installment of the Phoenix Wright series, which is chronologically a couple of years after this. This is like 1 month after Trials and Tribulations. So yeah, after the Elise Donim part, Larry got involved with the actress that was playing Pink Princess, and the reason why he's in the Steel Samurai suit because he was doing her a solid, and he was expecting her to be there too, but since she got sick, she got replaced by Wendy Oldbag, who just so happened work at Global Studios. She was a former employee as a security lady, remember? So she's back at Global Studios. So there. All right. Exclamation mark.
I'll leave this critical battle up to you, Mr. Edgeworth.
Have no fear. I will finish the job. This really is the end game. The time has come to expose every last of Mr. Alba's lie.
Rebuttal, the Steel Samurai's show. I watched from the last row. The stage was well lit, but it was dark in the audience.
Hold it! The last row? I should think that an ambassador would have special seating reserved.
I wanted my staff to enjoy the Steel Samurai show as well, so I gave up all the good seats for them. It was enough for me to simply see him. This is Oldbag.
Hey! The Steel Samurai wasn't the only hero! Let's not forget about the Pink Princess here!
My dear madam, if you continue to thrust about like that with your rapier, your hip may begin to hurt again.
Oh my! Well, aren't you the considerate person when you want to be? But this young butterfly is on the side of edgy poo! So you can spare me the flirtatious commands!
Ugh. ... Wow, he's completely frozen.
In frustration, perhaps, I dare say she can be one rather trying opponent. In any case, Mr. Alba, can you actually prove to us that you were watching the show?
I swear I was there in the audience, but it's hard to prove that, I suppose.
Are you admitting then that you have no way of proving to us that you were watching?
Quiet! You buzz in my ear like a pesky little fly. If you don't wish to listen quietly until the end of what I have to say, then perhaps you should pack up and get out of my way. Huh, I see that you're willing to be a little more receptive now. While it's true that it may be difficult to prove that I was out in the audience, I do remember the contents of the show very well, though. Isn't that proof enough for you?
Well, I remember the contents of the show as well myself.
That's nice.
That's nice! Air quotes.
Miles Edgeworth, don't allow yourself to be riled up at him at this important juncture!
I wasn't planning to let him.
Well, if you ask me, I think I'm the biggest Steel Samurai expert around here. And did you think the climatic scene of today's show was just totally awesome? Yes, I remember that well. And that spectacular special move. The way you delivered the final blow against the evil magistrate. The early summer rain jab. Or that scene will live on my heart forever. Is that how it went? Okay, I totally forgot about that. He's scratching his head.
How can you forget your own special moves? That's the special attack that the Steel Samurai uses when he's using the Samurai Spear.
Yes, and today was the first time they showed it off, was it not? If I hadn't watched the show, then how could I answer you with the name of the move?
I suppose you are correct, but if you could, please elaborate on this point for me.
One of the scene was this never before seen early summer jab move. Okay, I'm gonna stop right here. I'm not gonna press anymore because I was wondering. Well, every time that I was progressing in the game, since there were 3 mysteries to solve at the same time, like who killed Manny Kochin, who killed Mask the Mask II, and who is the real Yatagarasu, all the evidence were jumbled up all together. And when we were done with the Alabastion side of the investigation, the Samurai Spear, it was still there. And then I thought to myself, why? Why is it still useful? Now I understand why. Because listen to the state of this evidence. Because Larry bent it, he couldn't do the early summer rain jab special attack. Because this spear is a replica, it's not a real weapon. You cannot kill anyone with it. That has been proven during the Mask II's murder. Because Larry was found guilty because the blood was on his sword. But just because he was the owner doesn't mean he was the killer, right? So we just disproved that with evidence, but we also disproved that he couldn't possibly do it with the spear because it was already bent at the time because Larry was playing, was being Larry. So this is the contradiction. The easiest finishing blow in the world.
The special move today was the early summer rain jab. Is that your final answer?
Who wants to be a millionaire reference?
Objection!
You little irritating gnat. Do you think you can trip me up by asking the same question over and over?
That was not my intention. Your testimony is more than sufficient. However, I believe it would be wise for you to take a look at this.
The Samurai Spear. What about it?
This spear actually never made it on stage today.
Excuse me? He nods.
Unfortunately for you, tonight's Steel Samurai happened to be a goof of a young man with abundance of useless hot-bloodedness.
Eh? That was Larry, question mark.
Having said that, said useless man bent the spear during this rehearsal this evening. Kay, do you remember what the Steel Samurai special move was tonight?
Yeah, it was the Steel Samurai Sushi Slash! Yeah!
Correct. Because he couldn't use the spear, a last-minute change was made. Had you really been watching the show, or you wouldn't known the move that was used? Quercus Alba! You didn't watch even a single minute of the Steel Samurai stage show tonight, did you?
Now his face is cracked again.
Haha! So if he wasn't watching the show tonight,
Then he opens up the possibility that he was busy killing Mr. Kochin instead!
So where were you during the show? I demand an answer now!
Dot. Huh.
Just what is so funny?
You're so sloppy. And so are your conclusion. I hope you're still here, Chaosbringer. I know you decided probably to skip, but this is one of my best music in the game. There. So this is gonna be probably a message for your future self when you're gonna be reaching that point. I still insist that I watch the show, or most of it in any case.
What do you mean by most of it?
You see, during the show I left my seat for a spell to visit the bathroom. I assume that was when that dramatic scene was played out on stage.
That is the lousiest, lamest excuse I ever heard in my life, pal! Just because he got the name of the move wrong, we can't really use that as proof that he didn't watch the show at all.
Yeah. As a fan of the Steel Samurai, I had wanted to watch the entire show. Honest.
As a Steel Samurai fan? For someone who wasn't even in his seat for the climax of the show, you have no right to call yourself a Steel Samurai fan, ever!
Hold it, someone says hold it. Who was it? We're looking. Who was that just now? Oh, that was Larry. Hold it! It would be I, young lady. I changed Larry's voice because he's doing the Steel Samurai's, because he has his mask on. So he's doing his Steel Samurai.
Larry, what are you doing interrupting me like that?
Edgy! Just hold on for a second, I beg you! You may never accept this old man as a Steel Samurai fan, but I totally think he is a Steel Samaniac. He's a Steel Samaniac.
A Steel Samaniac? Is that how you call your fan base? Where had the world gone to?
What exactly is a Steel Samaniac, pal?
I believe he meant to say a Steel Samurai Maniac. Yeah, and trust me, I know a real fan when I see one because I'm the Steel Samurai.
I will never acknowledge you as a true Steel Samurai.
So why are you getting so worked up over Mr. Edgeworth? It appears that the real Steel Samurai recognized me as a fan. As well he should, for I am a fan! It's not as though I missed the entire show. It was a most amazing show filled with the spirit of the young and the young at heart. The sarcasm dripping from this long wooden nose couldn't run any thicker.
Getting the name of the move wrong only proved that he didn't watch the last scene. What I really need is something more definitive. Something that links Mr. Alba directly to the murder of Mr. Menikuchin.
Like the security footage where we see him leave at 5:22 p.m. You know what, Gramps? You're really something else. Thumbs up. I'm honored to receive such praise from the Steel Samurai. But what is it for? Well, I was just wondering how you found out about the early summon ray jab. That move is a bit of a secret that only a small portion of the staff knew about.
Wait, it was a secret? Larry, wait, what did you just say?
Did I say something stupid again?
Did you say that the early summer rain jab was actually a secret?
Well, maybe I shouldn't have said secret. It's more like we only decided on the name of the move right before the start of the show. Ooh! Right before? Yeah! The stage director was going nuts because we were supposed to debut the move. About 5 minutes before the show, we threw it up on the dressing room's whiteboard. Oh, so we see a picture of the inside of the the dressing room, the Steel Samurai dressing room. We see the push cart with the plushy Iron Infant. We see the mirrors, and we see a whiteboard. The Steel Samurai versus the Jamming Ninja, and then we see a list of moves. Early Summer Rain Jab. That's kinda how we decide the name of the move. But by that time, I already bent the spear, so I guess the whole thing was kinda pointless.
All of you Steel Samurai actors are the same. The director has my complete sympathy.
So basically, because we changed the move to the sushi slash, we kinda pretended that the early summer rain jab didn't exist at all. I mean, it'd be bad if someone found out we changed the move, so we made it a secret.
So basically, a gag order was issued for publicity's sake.
It almost makes the early summer rain jab sounds like a lost art. Yeah, which is why I think most of the staff haven't even heard of the move.
Hold these leaps of yours still.
What the heck for, old man? I've done nothing but listen, and now what I can tell is all very unrelated to the case. It's also very tedious and a pointless exercise and wasting time, much like a kid's show. Wait. You're calling yourself a fan and you're still belittling the show you're supposed to be a fan of and consider it as a kid's show?
Objection!
Yeah.
Mr. Alba, I believe the one who should be quiet now is you.
How dare you!
I suspect that you've already noticed exactly what the very severe implications are in this man's testimony.
Huh, so now you're trying to bully me, huh? There are no implications to be read into a behind-the-scenes story of a kid's show.
Don't ever think about trying to slither your way out of this, Quercus Alba.
You were the one who said it yourself that the name of the move was Early Summer Rain Jab. But that name was only decided upon right before the show was about to start.
So, just what are you driving at?
That the name of the move you told us was never used in the show or said out loud. ...
Now then, would you care to tell us how you found out the name of that move?
Because I can only think of one way you could have known.
Quercus Alba, this is the only way you could have known the name of the special move.
You saw it, you asked about it, or you thought it up. I'm gonna say you saw it.
You knew the name because you saw it. You saw it on the dressing room whiteboard.
Question mark.
The staff members who knew were keeping it a secret. So you could have simply gone up to a staff member and asked, which means that the only other option left is that you saw it on the whiteboard.
So that means that Mr. Alba was in the waiting room at some point, right?
But what's the big deal, sir? I don't see what it not means.
There is another piece of evidence that has a great deal to do with the dressing room, so we can't afford to let this slide. This is related to both the dressing room and to Mr. Cochin's murder.
The push cart. Yeah, so after he killed Manny Cochin, you have to put it somewhere during the show, before the start of the show. That would be during the push cart. So that's... He found the name of the move when he put the body inside the push cart. We're gonna try that.
Take that!
There you go.
The push cart was that used to move the body was right there in the dressing room. During the show, the push cart awaited his turn to be pushed on stage in the dressing room. And it was finally pushed there, along with the Iron Infant in the last scene of the show. And then, right after the show ended, it went into Alabasta along with the Steel Samurai. Which means that the only time the killer could have placed the body inside the pushcart was when the pushcart was in the dressing room backstage.
So basically, the killer has to be someone who visited the dressing room during the show.
Precisely.
Ah!
Oh, but wait, what if, and this is just a what if with air quotes there, what if the murder didn't take place in the dressing room?
What do you mean, Kay?
I have to admit, she brings up a valid possibility. During the show, the dressing room was supposed to be devoid of people.
Anyone going to the private dressing room would stand up like a sore thumb.
But despite that, the killer still managed to move the body with the pushcart.
Correct. And it is because of the setup of the theater's dressing room that it would be the ideal location for the murder of Manny Cochin. ... Quercus Alba, during the show, you went down to the dressing room, and I want to know why. ...
Yes. Yes, I was there. I went into the dressing room.
I knew it! I'm placing you under arrest right now, pal! You got that? Arrest!
People salute! Not so fast!
What is it now?
Don't I deserve a chance to explain myself?
Explain? What is there to explain?
I believe I told you earlier that I went to the bathroom. Well, I got lost when I did. Ha! I'm so proud of it. I wanted to ask for direction, but when I opened the dressing room door, no one was inside. And that's when I saw the name of the move on the whiteboard.
You punk! Still trying to get out of this?
Do you really think you can get away at this point? You lost your way inside your own embassy? What's wrong with you? Mr. Edgeworth, is there anything you can do to stop him?
I don't have enough evidence on hand to do anything. I don't have the airtight evidence I need to put this man away for good. But if that's what I need, then perhaps... Agent Lang, I believe an investigation of the dressing room in question is in order. It's possible that we may find new evidence there.
Yeah, if Mr. Edgeworth pokes in around here, I'm sure he'll find some new facts, pal.
Oh, and if we use Little Thief, we may even learn something from a recreation.
We don't need to do any of that.
What? Wolfie, how could you?
I'm not saying this to be mean, but it's just that we've already searched there. My men really are something else.
And they found nothing?
There's only one thing I can say to you, sis. And it's that they found nothing. That's it.
I guess you're right. If they had found something, they would have reported to us. They couldn't find anything because there was nothing there to find. And if there is no info to feed into Little Thief, then I can't do much to help either.
Is this the end? The murder took place in this theater, which is not protected under extraterritorial rights. And the fact that it was Mr. Alba himself who committed the murder. If I can't prove both statements to be true, Mr. Alba walks away a free man. Is there no other course of action left to us?
It would appear that your hand of cards have turned out to be a bust. Now, if you will excuse me for a 5th time, because of you people, I missed my flight. Now I must make haste to arrange for a new one. Now, who's holding it? Who's holding it? Who is it this time? This is a comedy of errors. Who's coming in at the last minute? Is it gonna be Lotta Hart? Is it gonna be Maggie Bird? For no reason at all?
Hold it right there, you whippersnappers!
First Larry and now you?
What is it with that scary mobster-like scowl on your face, Edgy Poo? Don't treat me like I'm some sort of nuisance. I haven't been meaning to say this, but I keep doing this about...
Okay, usually when I talk with Wendy Oldbags, I'm always prepared at any time that it's gonna auto-scroll. So that's why I was reading very fast. So I'm gonna redo my line.
I've been meaning to say this, but all of you keep talking about things I don't get at all. You're all leaving this lady on the sad, depressing, lonely dust that I'm about to cry in.
Why did you have to speak up right now at this instant?
But you know what, Mr. Edgy Poo? Cheer up! Because I'm about to give you the most wonderful thing!
The most wonderful thing? From you?
It's so super special that I couldn't give it away to just anyone, you know. My special present of love to my sweet Edgy Poo. Are you ready? Is this!
It's
A box of samurai hot dogs. Cause yeah, they were doing a promotion event, and it's true that amongst with the broken spear, the box of hot dogs was still hanging around in my evidence pile in my organizer, and up until now I have found no use so whatsoever except for explaining an alibi, and now she's bringing it back. So basically what happened here was they were supposed to hand over samurai hot dogs, like it's like a sandwich. They call it a hot dog because there's a sausage in it. There's a sandwich, but the bread is burned with the brand of the head of the steel samurai. So it's like a promotional thing. This is like samurai dogs, okay? And they were selling them in boxes, like sandwich, like you would a sandwich. But Wendy, she got so hungry because of her hip problem that she wolfed down half a dozen boxes. So almost no hot dogs have been given to the embassy staff, on both sides. End of anecdote. It's K ... She's not sure. Why is she bringing this? Lang ... Same face. Francesca ... Same face.
It's a box of those samurai dogs, right?
Gumshoe.
Yes! Oh, Edgy Poo, you're going eat one and you'll feel as right as rain!
Edgeworth ...
what's going on? Why are you doing this to me? Why are you doing this to me, Wendy? Stop. Please, I beg of you. Stop. I'll give you my last figurines of a special edition Steel Samurais if you just stop.
K ... Like ... Francesca ... Gumshoe ... Alba. Papa salute. Oh, through here.
Why did everyone get so quiet all of a sudden? Edgy Poo! Tell me you understand the depths of this lady's love for you! I'm not one to hand out snacks willy-nilly, you know that? No, sir! The thought occurred to me that maybe it would be good if I fed you a few nice and full of my dreams. Also, on my own faithful. I mean, if it's the desire of a woman to make sure that their beloved never goes like great, that's what I wanted to experience. So, maybe go to my own meal, my English, to the stars.
Mr. Edgeworth, can't you do anything about her? She just won't shut up.
There is no power on earth that can force that woman into silence.
And trust! And I'm so sick and tired of it! All you people do is look down on me! Even this box of satellite dogs played me for a fool! It had a special design on it, fan! Like the Japanese flag! It had a special design on its fan, like the Japanese flag, so I thought it was special. But when I ate one, it tasted just like all the rest. Oh, it makes me so mad!
Wait, a special box with an Inomaru-like fan on it? I've never heard of such a piece of merchandise existing before. However, there is. The red rising sun on this fan is filled in. Is it possible? Could it be?
I'm gonna check my organizer just to be sure. Oh! The box I got as the fan, but the inside representing the red rising sun isn't red, it's white. So this box is different from what I got. Okay. Interesting.
Could it be? After the show, the samurai dogs were piled up on the dressing room floor.
Yeah. Next to the body. On the... Okay, yeah. Because the cart, the push cart was filled with those samurai hot dogs. And then Alba had to remove them to put the body in. So that's why they were on the floor. But they weren't found by the Interpol because Wendy Old Bag ate them all. But there was one bag left. She kept one box.
However, there is no such thing as a rising sun dog.
Rising sun dogs taken from the dressing room. The fan's rising sun is filled in for some reason. Into the logic box. That's my first logic in a while.
This contradiction of facts between something that should not exist and yet does. The rays from this rising sun may be just what we needed to point us in the right direction.
This is a flashback. A present? Yeah, the studio bigwigs basically told us to play delivery boys. We were supposed to hand over the dogs off to the embassy people and tell them hi. I had to pile them all into the push cart just to move them all. And another scene.
Edgeworth, I believe you understand what that means, correct? You kill Mr. Cochin at this theater and then place his body inside the pushcart.
Inside the logic box. Okay, I'm getting flooded.
And then, you force the Steel Samurai to unwittingly move the body for you. It's time to piece the final pieces of this logic puzzle together. No matter how fragile or small the connection may be, once we've found them all, the way to the truth will be revealed.
One final swing! I'm gonna save here. So, samurai dogs, boxes of samurai were sitting in the push cart. We're gonna select that. With the rising sun dogs taken from the dressing room, the fan's rising sun filled for some reason. We're gonna try them together. Connect. No?
I can't see a clear connection between these two pieces of information.
Okay, no big deal, no big deal. Body in the push cart. Killer plays coach and body in the push cart in the dressing room. The boxes of samurai dogs were sitting in the push cart, so it's either one. It's either or. Yeah.
The killer used the pushcart to transport the body, which means that they had to remove the samurai dogs from within first.
That's what I just said. So it's like it's using logic. I'm using my logic and my deduction to explain what happens, and then I'm forced to retracing my step I just did through little bubbles and thoughts to show you in the picture what happened in my mind and also what happened in Edgeworth's mind too. So there.
Therefore, the samurai dogs that were piled up on the dressing room floor were most likely taken out of the pushcart by the killer.
Samurai dog were removed. Dogs were put on the dressing room floor by the killer to make room for the body. In the logic box. So with the second one, Rising Sun dogs and the samurai dogs were removed. What does that mean?
That which should not exist, this box of samurai dogs with Hinomaru on it, if this red rising sun was filled in when the killer was busy removing dogs from the pushcart, then it's proof that the murder took place in the dressing room. As long as this red substance turns out to be what I believe it to be.
Oh! They're saying that the red inside of the box is the Mr. Cochin's blood. And it turns out that when the box were manipulated, it makes a perfect round circle right inside of the fan. This is bullshit, man. This is bullshit. My God. How are you dealing with all this, chat? Man. Oh well.
Wendy Olbag.
Signature bow.
I thank you.
Pretty eyes, blushing.
What you have given to me is truly something very special.
EDGEWORTH! You make me so happy! I want to have your babies! Oh no, wait, I'm too old for that.
Mr. Edgeworth, are you sure you're feeling okay, sir?
Mr. Alba, as I suspected, you killed Mr. Cochin in the dressing room.
Halt! How many times must I listen to you repeat yourself? Haven't you figured out yet? Your words are meaningless, wordless, powerless. Alright. The only way I'm going to continue to cooperate is with some definitive evidence.
That arrogance, that self-confidence. You believe that you erased every piece of evidence that could incriminate you? However, there remains one piece here, and it is what will put you away for good.
Ha! You're bluffing.
Oh ho ho! Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Sounds like you finally found them. Yeah, you finally found the fangs. We need to go after this guy's jugular. So tell us, what about that box of samurai dogs is going to put the old man away?
The trace evidence that will bring him down, why, it's here of course.
I'm gonna put it on the little red circle here.
This box of samurai dogs with a rising sun fan on it, this should have never existed. So I want you all to take a good look at this red spot. It's a single drop of blood.
Okay, it's a drop. Okay. So he moved all the boxes. They were fine, but there was only one of them box who had a red drop on it. It was a drop of blood. It fit perfectly inside the diagram, and it made it look like this was part of the print. But even so, blood changed color when it dries, as the iron inside of the blood oxidizes. No. Well, yeah, I guess, yeah. Huh?
What?
Blood, you say?
Agent Lang, I'd like this blood analyzed post-haste.
I've got to admit I'm a bit surprised. I can't believe we found blood in a place like this. Hey you, get this down to the lab, pronto!
But why was there blood on that box to begin with?
If we think about the flow of the crime, I think the reason will become obvious. Larry, you said that you transported the samurai dogs with the pushcart, correct?
Oh, yeah, you have a great memory, Edgy. That pushcart was a bit too big for my son, you know what I mean? So to make sure everyone could see him, I had to pile some stuff in. I figured the samurai dogs were there, so I used them to fill up the cart.
If what Larry says is true, then what were the boxes doing on the floor?
Ah, I see, the killer took them out in order to place the body inside the pushcart.
Exactly. And that is when I believe the victim's blood found its way onto that box.
But when my men investigated that room, not a single box of samurai dogs wasn't there, because embassy staff members had already confiscated them.
Yes, no doubt to hide the evidence of the murder.
It's a good thing Miss Olbach managed to steal that one box before they got to them, huh? Oop. Looks like... Oh, sorry, I'm pushing a button because my cell is on the keyboard and... Looks like Miss Olbach also managed to put this great thief to shame.
What a scandalous way of putting that! I didn't steal! I received it for myself!
Quercus Alba, I'd say this was one very fatal oversight on your part.
Sorry to rain on your little love fest, however.
How? How can he be so self-confident in a no-win situation for him like this?
Even if that blood turns out to belong to Mr. Cochin, then what? So, Mr. Edgeworth, it sounds like he's not ready to call it quits yet, huh?
The sole piece of evidence that was left at the scene of the crime, that alone had shed light on the new fact. At the very least, we now have proof that the murder occurred in the dressing room.
And you say that like it means something. Huh? Excuse me, sirs! This is the forensics guy.
Report! What were the results of the analysis?
Sir, the analysis came back and confirmed that the red substance is blood.
I knew it! With this Quercus Alba.
Mr. Edgeworth, I wonder if you might humor my question?
Your question?
The one from before of Have You Forgotten? Even if that is Mr. Cochin's blood, what difference would it make?
Like we already told you, it proved that the crime scene was in that dressing room.
But it doesn't prove that I am your killer, does it?
That's...
He has a very good point. The blood on that box doesn't prove that Mr. Alba is the killer.
Then, this evidence, it's meaningless?
That can't be! We were so close, sir!
I wanna smack that smug look off his face. Come on, there's gotta be something we can do.
We finally found a solid piece of evidence. There must be something I can expose with it. ...
He's thinking.
I can't think of a single thing.
Now, if you excuse me for the sixth time, hold it. Who's saying hold it? Who's in it this time? Who was that? It's too late. I won't allow anyone to stop me now. It's been the 6th or the 7th time. I stopped counting. Enough is enough.
It wasn't me, pal.
It wasn't me this time either, pal. I mean...
It wasn't me either!
Question mark, it was me? It was me! The forensics guy!
Why did you...
Because I haven't finished reporting everything to you yet, sir. There's more.
What? Hurry up and spit it out.
Yes, sir. That blood I mentioned, it's not of the same blood type as the victim's blood.
What?
No.
What?
What?
What do you mean it's not the same type? You mean it's not the victim's blood? If it isn't his, then who the hell is it?
I don't know, sir. All I know is that it's not the same blood type as the victim, sir. What should we do now, Mr. Edgeworth? I have no idea what's what anymore.
Neither do I.
My, what an amusing turn of events. Oh, I just remember. Alba has a wound. He has a wound on his collarbone. He has bandages to prove it. That could be his blood. If this blood was on the dogs, that means that Quirkus was in the dressing room. And he moved the hot dog box. That blood drop proves something to be true, alright. Namely my words.
And which one of yours would that be?
The ones where I said that your words are meaningless, worthless, and powerless. That blood has nothing to do with the murder investigation whatsoever. Need I remind you that the blood got onto that box long before it entered my embassy? What sort of nonsense?
Yeah, it's blood, pal. There's no way it's not related to the murder.
So you would like to believe. But what if someone preparing the samurai dogs had a small nosebleed? What then?
I guess it's possible. Damn it! Have we been wasting our time on a red herring?
The blood doesn't belong to anyone connected to the case. That should be clear enough.
Quirkus Alba! You bastard!
Oh! Silence! Don't you ever address me with such a filthy word again! I've wasted enough time here with you and you have your answers. Now let me through!
Alba! It doesn't matter where you run off to. You'll never escape me. Well, someday, I'll have the satisfaction of sticking my fangs into you. You'll see. All of Interpol will be behind me, working to see to it that that day really comes.
Do you know what your word sounds like to me? This sounds like the whinings of a pathetic loser of a mutt. Arrrrrrrr! Defense position.
Is this really the extent of what that we... Is this really the extent of all that we can do? Is this the blood really from someone completely unrelated to the case? Or is there another possibility? Someone else other than the victim? Just when I thought I had him backed into a corner, it is I who has been backed into one. In a situation like this, what would that man do? What would he who must never be named, who happens to be wearing a blue suit, who's been pestering me for the last 3 games, what would he do? What would Phoenix Wright do?
No, he would never say Phoenix Wright, but we know he's like, what would he do in this case?
What would he, who can turn any desperate situation around, do? Turn it around. He would turn it around, that's true. Turn it around. That's it! I must turn my way of thinking around. It's not whose blood is this, it's whose blood could get onto the box like this, and I think about it that way. If I think about it that way, if the blood got onto the box when the body was being placed into the pushcart, then the owner of said blood must have been in the dressing room at the time. And there is only one person that could be.
Well, I must praise you for trying so hard. It's because of you kids that I was removed from center stage, and will be forced to live out the rest of my life in the shadows, unfortunately. But it's not a total loss, as the underworld will allow me more freedom than you'll ever know! Freedom like that, like what the raven feels as it flies through the dark night sky. You can't lay a finger on me, not now or ever! The arm of the law is powerless before me!
Uh-oh, nods. Powerless, is it? I wouldn't be so sure about that if I were you.
What do you mean?
Allow me to describe you in one word. Pitiful!
Pitiful? How so? Points fingers?
Quercus alba! Your wings were clipped long ago!
Huh?
And for someone who is trying to fly away on them without noticing that fact, pitiful is the perfect word to describe you.
Ah, mere words.
What do you mean by his wings are clipped, Mr. Edgeworth?
Just what you think it means, Kay. We had already caught him in our trap a while back. With an incredibly powerful, definitive piece of evidence.
Hey! Heard to Mr. Prosecutor! Care to speak in English? What are you talking about? What piece of evidence?
The piece I speak of is, of course, this drop of blood.
But we know that it's not from the victim! I don't see how it remains relevant to the case at all!
Miss Von Karma, I believe that is exactly what is very important to the case. And the part that is the most important is the fact that it's not the victim's blood.
Alba is sweating, but he still doesn't understand where he's going on with this. But
you're looking a little pale. Good. Then I believe you are already aware of what I mean.
Then you know who the blood really belongs to?
Of course I do. This piece of evidence is the irrefutable proof that he will stop the killer in his tracks. The blood that soiled this box of samurai dogs belongs to this person.
okay, now I'm in the profile. I haven't checked that in a while. Yeah. Quercus Alba, age 72, ambassador of Alabast, but is actually the ringleader. As extra, or should we say add extraterritorial right. Anyway, here's it.
The blood of the rising sun on this box belongs to you, Quercus Alba.
What?
Why is his blood on the box of the samurai dogs, Mr. Edgeworth? He's not even a victim!
The blood fell on the box when Mr. Coach's body was being loaded into the pushcart. At that time, the only two people in the dressing room were the victim and his killer.
So that's what you mean. If the blood doesn't belong to the victim,
Then there is only one other person it could belong to!
Yes, and that person is the murderer himself. That's the only logical conclusion.
but Mr. Cochin was the one who was stabbed, sir. Why would Mr. Alba even have the Why would Mr. Alba have been the one who was bleeding?
What if during the murder, Mr. Cochin had fought back?
You mean
If before Mr. Alba could kill him, Mr. Cochin managed to wound Mr. Alba.
Yes, and I believe we have a piece of evidence that proves that he was bleeding then. What is the piece of evidence that shows that Mr. Alba was probably bleeding at the time? That would be his wound! Mr. Alba claims it's wound he was stabbed by Master II, so it was justified defense.
Take that!
Mr. Alba, you bear on your body a great wound.
That was from when the Master II attacked me with a pair of scissors.
Yeah, and that happened way after he was in the dressing room. Ah, but is that what really happened? You can manufacture a weapon by smearing blood on it, so I can't just accept that as fact. Shall we try a test, Mr. Alba? And see if the shape of your wound matches the scissors?
You really are something else, Mr. Edgeworth. You don't let a single thing slip you by, no matter how insignificant the possibility.
You want to talk, Mr. Alba? You've managed to give the law the slip for 10 years as the smuggling ring's leader. No matter the danger, you can hide every last ounce of fear and anxiety from everyone. You truly are a one-of-a-kind criminal.
I am the master of my fear. However, to think that a person such as you could miss such a large thing?
You believe I've overlooked something?
You said that my wound was caused by Mr. Cochin, and that it was caused here in one of the theater's dressing rooms, right?
Yes, that's correct.
I'd like to point out, and it's simply not possible. My wound is a stab wound, and one that could only have come from a blade. I wonder where you will suppose... I wonder where you will propose that from... I wonder where you will propose that such a weapon came from.
Ah, this theater was packed with security guards. It would have been impossible for anyone to come into this area with a weapon of any sort. Not so fast. Just as Mr. Alba was able to bring the Albastian knives in a bouquet. There must have been some other way to sneak in a weapon of some sort.
Ah, but as long as you can't prove that what that other way is, all you talk about Mr. Cochin stabbing me is pure nonsense. So if that other way does exist, you better hurry and tell me now. Signature bow?
With pleasure.
Wait, what?
This piece of evidence shows us how Mr. Cochin brought the weapon into his theater.
This piece of evidence shows us how Mr. Cochin brought a weapon into this theater. Wait. Was he stabbed with the Yatagarasu ski? Oh my god.
Take that!
Among law enforcement, this piece is known as the Yatagarasu ski.
That key!
That's the key that my father stole from here 7 years ago.
And it is very unique in that it is both a key and a knife. Meaning that under the guise of key, it could have been easily brought into the theater.
No!
You couldn't dispose of the knife that stabbed you. Therefore, you wiped off the blood and placed it back in Mr. Cochin's pocket. After all, the key itself opens the safe in his office. And inside that safe, there was a document about Kodopian papers signed by Mr. Cochin. In order to make it look like Mr. Cochin died as the leader of the smuggling ring, you had to make it so that the police were the ones who opened that office safe. All that hard work to save yourself only served to destroy you in the end. Shall we try matching this knife's blade with your wound, Mr. Quercus Alba?
Silence. Nobody's talking. Signature bows.
And that is what some may call the coup de grâce.
Impossible! You can't take me down! Swine! All of you! Especially Manny Cochin! This is all because of that man's betrayal! He sought to steal control of the smuggling ring from me by removing me as ambassador! Which is why he deserved to die while bearing the guilt for all of my crimes for me! That's why I sent up the Yatagarasu's card and how this incident was born! Manny was supposed to be the smuggling ring's leader who was killed by the Yatagarasu! But I had yet another reason, yet another story that was supposed to play out! Manny's death was supposed to bring everything to a close! And I would have gotten away with it if it wasn't for you meddling prosecutors!
Mr. Alba, I'm afraid there is one more question I forgot to ask. These countries are Alabasts. Which country's court would you like to face first? Either way, it's game over for you.
EDGEWORTH!
And he collapsed. Did his I think his eyes just popped out or caved in very, very deep inside his head. March 17, 11:21 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2.
Phew! This is it! The big day! It's Mr. Alba's trial today!
And next week, he's scheduled to stand trial in his home countries of Alabast.
Oh, he's gonna get double trialed.
That's perfect! Francisca is heading that one. I suspect she'll be serving as full course of a whiplashes at it.
Having to face Miss Montgomery in court right after facing you, sir? I don't even want to think of what would be like. I caught a glimpse of Mr. Alba as he was being escorted into the courthouse. And boy, he looked about as glum as I do the day before I get my monthly paycheck. You know, I've been thinking that flight attendant and Mr. Portsman were all Mr. Alba's secret agents.
Correct. That smuggling ring was the common thread between all of the incidents. Chamomile was to provide support during smuggling ops, using her job as an attendant. And Mr. Portsman was to manipulate trials related to the ring to end in their favor.
Arg! I fly airlines and even the prosecutor's office. No one was safe from the smuggling ring, huh, sir?
I suspect there was even more members of this ring spread throughout the world.
Yeah, it sounds like such a big op that I can't even begin to imagine what it feels like.
What is it, detective?
Nothing. It's just, well, come to think of it, Mr. Ernest Amano's trial is also scheduled for later today, sir.
I'm aware of that. Mr. Amano has been working with the smuggling ring now for over 10 years. He used the Amano Group's various connections worldwide to assist the ring. But all of that has come to an end as his conglomerate is now undergoing harsh scrutiny. I owe Mr. Amano a debt of gratitude, but he must pay his debt to society.
Well, with the arrest of both Mr. Alba and Mr. Amano, I guess that about wraps out the KG8 incident as well, huh?
I suppose so. The real killer in the KG8 incidents 10 years ago was Manny Cochin. And 7 years ago, the killer in the second KG8 incident was Macro. Those two facts are the unshakable truth. However, it seems that a lot of effort was put into hiding these and other truths from us. And I will expose it all at the trials today.
You're solving cases left and right today, aren't you, sir?
CCU and Dead Man. Perhaps now, these two brave souls who tried to make the truth known can rest in peace. By the way, I received some gifts from Ambassador Polino. Shrimp, crab, beef. I don't need any of these, so I'm giving them to you.
What? Seriously, sir? Wait. Actually, I don't think I want them anymore. The way you're holding them, don't tell me they're just coupons, sir.
Detective Gumshoe, have you not read the paper recently? Ever since the two countries became Cordopia again, its economy has changed.
Really?
And it seems that Ambassador Polino has reaped a few benefits of his own from it. He has been announced as the official ambassador of the newly reunified Cordopia.
Ah, but what a pity. Question mark. Who is this? Even though every item he sent is a treasure, you don't seem all that interested. Well, if you don't want them, I can give them to my lovely assistant Kay.
Wait, that's not what I said. So,
Okay. That was Kay talking behind Gumshoe.
that's not what I said. Mr. Edgeworth, please let me have them, sir. Actually, come to think of it, where is Kay? How come she's still not here?
Boo! Hey, you gotta be more alert than that. I can't believe you didn't notice. I was even mimicking Mr. Edgeworth's voice for a bit.
I totally didn't notice you or realize that voice was you. Langshi says, ferocious love blooms with each new spring.
Agent Lang, a pleasant surprise to see you here.
It's been a long time since I set foot in a courthouse, but I wasn't going to miss watching the guy who screwed up my country finally get what's coming to him.
Taking off his sunglasses.
Well, that and something else. I want to see you in action in court.
Is that so, Agent Lang?
We flushed out all the counterfeit bills, so Zhang Fa is finally at peace again. And it's all thanks to you, so I just want to say thanks.
Wow, I never thought I'd see the day old Wolfie says thanks to Mr. Edgeworth. Signature bow.
I should be the one thanking you, Agent Lang. If you hadn't negated Mr. Alba's extraterritorial rights, I would not have been able to bring him to trial. I believe the victory belongs to the both of us in this case.
A share victory, huh? Look, don't get me wrong. I'll still never forgive you prosecutors. And I have zero interest in that truth, in air quotes, thing you talk about in court. I've always done things my own way, and that's not about to change. You got that?
I see. Well, I believe you should follow your own creed when you do your job.
Yeah. If there's ever someone your precious truth can't catch, feel free to sit around and cry about it all you want. But as for me, I'm going to get that person no matter what.
All right. It's about time for the trial to start. I will see you later.
I'll be watching your performance from the gallery. I'm looking forward to this. I prepared a whole ton of ticker tape for today's victory, sir.
I'll help trope some around when Mr. Edgeworth wins.
Hope you got enough, because I'm going to call my men. I'm gonna go call my men up as well.
A modest amount of ticker tapes goes a long way. The scene shifts to the courtroom, and the final act is now begin. The legend of the great thief Yatagarasu is the story of those who chose to dedicate their lives in the pursuit of the truth. Prosecutors are those who seek a guilty verdict for the defendant's remake, and to that end, you have no choice but to win by any means necessary. That creed was forced on me since I was very young. However, I no longer think that we prosecutors are. All that is because
Yeah, it was auto-scrolled. I couldn't have a control on that. I guess this is the end. Even though I've only been away for control for a short while, I feel as though it's been a lifetime since I've been set foot in one. And today, more than any other day, I feel the fight in me rising. I feel the fight in me rising. Objection! And that's the credits. There's no way to control because it's now we see a recap in black and white of all the scenes. Edgeworth tied up in his plane. I am really Mr. Edgeworth's death in the other day. This is Tenero. Thanks to him, I'm still free to serve in the friendly blue skies. Oh, so about my suitcases. I've been selling them on the internet and they've become a real sensation. Thanks to the praise the art world has lavished on my work as being truly postmodern. The airline has chosen me to design their new line of high-fly jumbo jets. Just think, someday you will be able to take a ride in my pink-walled, yellow-seated jet. Ah! Pink box. Okay, now what happened to Mr. LeBlanc?
Edgeworth, oh, that rudeness of a rude man. Because of him, my time and money is wasted. But more important here, I received a most fantastic treasure recently, the Primidoc statue of the Principality of Conopia. It weighs a bit light in my hands, but the Ambassador Paulino was most generous.
Ah, it's a fake! Paulino gave him the fake. Oh, that's awesome. Found Karma at the airport, whipping Edgeworth.
We finally caught Agent X killer and I was able to witness Mr. Albo's teary eyes. It feels good finally bringing everything to a close. I received another offer from Interpol to work another case in cooperation with them. However, the Codopian court awaits. Codopia's air is supposed to be very fresh, so my whip should be fine, no vigor there.
Now we see Kay Faraday at the Gay Waterline Park with Mr. Meekins. Mr. Meekins!
This little patrolman has been fired as of today, sir! I thought I was safe since we found the gun I had dropped. Ah! But I hadn't noticed that I dropped my police badge too! Oh, I guess I already broke the camel's back and I couldn't find my badge. Ah! My little life has suddenly tripped into a dark black hole, sir! I think I'll go to the courthouse and file a complaint with Ruffles Man!
Ruffles Man? I wonder who Ruffles Man is. Oh, Emma Sky? Who is scientific acumen?
I was actually hoping to talk with Mr. Edgeworth a bit more than I did, but I've got to get going and return to Europe. I've still got a long way to go and a lot of stuff to study there. Next time I'll have Mr. Edgeworth on a case, I'm going to do it as a real forensic scientist. I'm sure he's going to need all the help I can give him scientifically.
GC staff. Oh, this is lollipots.
Oh, because the kidnapping was staged, I was left off easy. But I won't be going outside much anytime soon, but that's really okay. The only person I'm forever trapped is in the cage of love. The guard down at the detention center, well, when he's on guard duty, he has such a cold look at his eye, but just like that, the prosecutor, oh, stop it, Lauren! When will you ever learn to stop being a prisoner of love? Oh.
Lollipop. She's licking her ring pop. Gumshoe. Oh, the judge. It appears that all sorts of drama that takes place outside of the courtroom. Since we judges are here day in and day out, I only heard a few rumors, but apparently Mr. Edgeworth teamed up with a thief and became a detective. Maybe I should team up with a bailiff and try to become a lawyer or something. Now the scene with Maggie Bird, Edward in his office. Salute! Whew, I barely escaped that yet again.
Yeah, but boy, we were lucky to have Mr. Edgeworth help us out, huh?
Yeah, but because I lost the key, I got fired from my security guard job.
Don't let it get to you, Maggie. You still got me.
You're right, sir. I won't be sad. I'm going to pick myself up and get through this. Oh, I wonder what my next job should be. Oh, this is actually kind of fun. Oh. Oh, now we see Polino. Oh, I'm not gonna be singing with that guy because why not come to Codopio for your summer vacation? We have coupons aplenty. Right now, our embassy is proud to present our Let's Investigate a Murder show. Although recreating that particular case has recreated a few small fires on its own, then we have a few problems with the fire marshals, but the next event will be great! It will be an attraction entitled Capture the Yatagarasu! Of course, I hope to in this case help in creating our latest attraction. Oh my god. He's capitalizing on the crime. You have a problem with the fire marshal because he wants to reenact the fires? Is he insane? I think we arrested the wrong guy. Oh, Larry Butts. Oh, I can't believe that Mindy ditched me and went to Japan. But it's okay because that's how I met Miharu. We're planning to go to Paris soon and start a business. We're going to sell Blue Ocean dogs. They'll sell like hotcakes hot dogs for sure. A blue hot dog in a blue bun, I guarantee will turn your tongue and your face blue! I know I'm not really the type to work a lot, or at all really, but... Oh, so I noticed that I really haven't seen the guy in the blue suit at all recently. I wonder what's up? Well, the next time we meet, I'm gonna make him hit one of my dogs! The guy in blue. They really can't see Phoenix Wright at all. Now we're in the special tanks. Is it bad? Because you have the scene, or maybe lying. No, we have China. Oh, this is bad. Today I gave testimony in court today as a member of the Yatagarasu.
Yo, Mr. Bad, you look well, all things considered. By the way, have you noticed that elements within the ring have become moving?
They're probably fighting over who should succeed, over who should be the next boss. Although, to be honest, I wish I could forget I'd ever heard of that smuggling ring.
Langji says thoroughly bite the poisonous snakes from head to tail. No one runs afoul of the law and escapes his wolf's fang. I'll get you all yet.
Ah, youth. When did I become so old, I wonder? Mirror. I begun noticing the gray hairs in my beard more and more. I'm thinking of retiring my mirror. Yeah, now we have, the Pink Princess. That must be Wendy O'Bag. Get ready!
I was the Pink Princess and the Pink Badger all the span of 2 days! Talk about busy! But it's alright because I got a letter from my beloved EDGEWORTH! Please take care of your hip, and when you wish to speak first, take off your headpiece! What does it mean by that last statement? It's not like I enjoy being under a headpiece every time I see him. I belong like an alien. It's a greedy fuzzy big animal, and that was a big princess. A greedy word justice. Whenever a young maiden says like I had an invocation of my own costume with a terrible idea.
March 17, 4:33 p.m. High Prosecutor's Office, room 1202. We're back in my office. Edward is here. Gumshoe is here. And Faraday is here. We're not drinking tea, but that would be a good moment to drink tea. So.
Well, I felt so much better now that the trial's over. And as always, your legal prowess was top-notch, sir.
Yeah, and nothing being the look of Mr. Alba's face when you revealed the ring's secrets. I was amazed. You're like a totally different person when you step into a courtroom.
Mr. Edgeworth is always 10 times fiercer in court.
Based on the information Mr. Alba offered up, they've begun large-scale operation to clean up the rest of the ring, which I'm happy to leave for Francesca and Agent Lang.
So what are your plans now, Kay?
Oh well, we've taken care of the creep who killed my father, so I'm not sure. Hey, I know, maybe I'll just keep on being Mr. Edgeworth's assistant?
Are you still trying to steal my job, pal?
Just kidding, just kidding. I can't steal something so important to you, gummy.
Phew, what a relief. Phew.
Kay,
Yeah?
even after all that's happened, are you still planning to become a great thief?
Of course! But I don't want to tarnish the legend of the noble Yatagarasu. So I'm going to hold off on doing anything until I make a tight 3-person team of my own.
A 3-person team?
Yeah, a 3-person team of young beauties the same age as me if possible. Something like Charlie's Angels or something.
With those criteria, I highly doubt you'll find the other two people you need.
My father chose to fight for the truth. I think that's what was so noble about him. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, the only thing I will ever steal are the truths that have been hidden away. I'm going to work extra hard and make a world where the Yatagarasu isn't needed.
Let's both strive for such a future.
Well, I guess it's time for me to get going.
I see.
Okay, keep your chin up and stay strong, okay? And don't be a stranger.
Don't worry, I'll be back. I'll be sure to break the lock on the window and sneak in.
If you could, I'd appreciate if it came you. If you could, I would appreciate if you came in through the building's front door.
It's okay, Mr. Edgeworth. The lock on my window at home has been broken for forever.
Oh, one last thing before I go. Let's take a group picture, just the 3 of us.
Yeah, commemorative photo. Every big case has to end with one.
No.
Hey, why not?
Don't tell me you're camera shy, Mr. Edgeworth.
Of course not, detective.
Come on, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm taking the picture now. Hey, come back here.
Mr. Edgeworth, you can't run away from this, sir.
Hey, Detective Gumshoe! Stop that! I can't be seen doing that.
Okay, I'm totally taking it out. Say cheese. So, what's the result?
And thus, the long tale of the KG8 incident came to a close. It saw the demise of a smuggling ring and the birth of a little great thief. But there is little time to rest and relax, for I am eager to tackle the investigation into a new case. The reason for my eagerness is my want to pursue the truth and my want to believe in the strength of those who use the power of the law for good. As someone who has chosen to live my life as a prosecutor, that is my new creed.
Okay. She's holding on to Edgeworth by the cravat but with one hand, and Edgeworth is cutting his entry, and they managed to take a picture, all 3 of them together. So they're being moving along. Okay, so that's the end. So yeah, that was a forced selfie. like she was holding the Edgeworth by the cravat, and Gumshoe was behind Edgeworth, blocking his entry, holding him still. So he was very forced into a picture with them three together. That was pretty funny. So this is it. That's the end of Ace Attorney Investigation featuring Miles Edgeworth. I hope you enjoyed it. And oh my god, I wish I could rate someone. That would be so sweet, but no one is here streaming right now. So yeah, what a shame. I'm gonna call it quits, but alright. So this is Damien El Mascador, aka the Geek Generalist, wishing you a good night and hoping that next week you're gonna be in for we're gonna say the sequel, the continuation of the Phoenix Wright saga through Apollo Justice, which is the 4th installment of the Phoenix Wright game. You're gonna see more Phoenix Wright. It's gonna be some years after the events of that transpired today, and I'll see you there. So until then, take care. Good night, everyone. Peace out and be blessed, and take care of yourself, and of course, you know, wash your hands, blah blah blah. Stay safe. 6 foot distance.